right, everyone, are we good to go? Perfect. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council study session for Monday, June 24th. We have 4 items on the agenda for tonight. Up first is Director of Finance Kevin Engels here to review the General Fund Monthly Financial Report. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Engels, Director of Finance. First agenda item tonight is the May General Fund Monthly Financial Report. Through May, we're at about 41% of the year-to-date budget for revenue collections. That's a little bit behind last year. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on this slide because we have some information for you on the sales of the city's revenues. We're going to start with property tax. That is up substantially from last year. A big portion of that is a receipt from the state for about $300,000 that we received in May. That is what they call backfill, and that's related to 2022 legislation that lowered some of the property taxes for homeowners. There's been additional legislation in 2023 and 2024 that is going to limit some of our collections for property tax. There is additional backfill scheduled for 24 and 25, but we don't know what those amounts are going to be. I would expect it to be a little bit lower than the $300,000 that we received related to the 22 legislation. Next, we want to mention sales and use tax. You'll see there that we're basically flat with last year and a little bit behind year-to-date budget. In our next agenda item, we'll give you a little more details, but we are going to be lowering some of our projections based on year-to-date numbers on sales tax. Licensing and permits is down. That's due to a couple of large permits that were received year-to-date last year that we haven't received this year. But you'll notice on the 2024 column that we are still ahead of budget, the budget predictions. Charges for services, that is up, and that's mostly related to the city center property management. That is offset 1-for-1 in the expenditure column for public works, and we'll point that out here in a second. So overall, we're at the 40.9%, a little bit below year-to-date total budget. We're up about 4.2% from last year, but once again, some of those are the charges for services and property tax make up most of that difference. Expenditures were just a little bit below year-to-date budget. That's very comparable to last year as well. Under the city manager budget, that's related to the addition of the sustainability division. Well under budget for the year still though. Public works, that's directly about $600,000 of that is directly related to the city center property management. And once again, that department is under budget. And we did rename contingency to centralized programs because what is charged there is mainly programs that span the entire city. So it's a little easier to budget for them in there than it is across the city. These are programs like citywide trainings and those type of things. Once again, overall, we're at 40.3% of the budget, which is a little bit less than year-to-date amount. This just breaks it down by category for you. Nothing really to highlight here. Contractual services are a little higher than year-to-date. That goes back to this slide, which is IT also is a little higher. A lot of their contracts are paid at the beginning of the year, and they don't continue to pay those throughout the year. Also debt service, that's not paid on a monthly basis. That's periodic. There's 2 payments every year, and you'll notice last year we were at about 54% as well. So when you put revenues and expenses together, we do have a slight operating surplus of about $14,000. You may remember last month we were at about $1 million deficit, so that has, as we go throughout the year, that should look a little bit better. Once again, depending on revenue collections, though. Here are your transfers. About $4.5 million total. Most of that is for capital. We did add a little bit of additional sentence there on the bottom that since 2019, council has been able to allocate over $22 million for capital improvements out of the general fund. So we've had a pretty good run. Fund balance composition. Nothing really new from last month here. We're still presenting it as an unrestricted reserve of 16.7%. And once you remove that and your other restrictions, we end up with an unassigned fund balance of $5.7 million. The rest of the slides here are individual sales tax slides. So we're going to pause for any questions that you might have right now.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Kevin. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Thank you. As I'm chewing here, I just had one question. I've seen recently in the news that the federal government is looking at the marijuana on how it's classified, I believe. If they change that classification, would that affect Inglewood, I guess, and the amount of tax that it is collected? If it is reclassified, I believe it's a class 1. If it changes it to a class 2, I guess, would that impact us?
I believe they're considering change, or maybe already have reclassified it to a Schedule 3. I don't think that that would impact us since we have legalized recreational marijuana anyway. It's not really tied to any of the, that would be more for enforcement.
I believe it, they were talking about, currently the issue is banking because they can't put money in the bank and that type of thing, and would open those doors. So I didn't know if they were even...
Potentially, if people were able to pay for with credit cards or things like that, it might.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, with no further questions, I guess, Mr. Engels, are you just going to move on to the second agenda item regarding capital requests? We also have Budget Manager Jennifer Nolan on this topic, so.
Yep, we're ready to move on.
All right, sounds great.
Okay, so the second item up this evening is the preliminary proposals for the 2025 budget. I'm going to review a little bit of the current state of the budget, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Nolan, and she's going to introduce the enhancement process, and then we're going to turn it over to department directors to go through their individual requests. All right, so here's the budget calendar. You can see we're at the end of the second quarter there. We're going to be talking about operating and capital requests tonight. We'll come back to you in August with a more refined request and a more complete line item budget at that time. We're currently in the fourth step of the CIP process as well. Once again, you'll hear more from us and more detailed information in August. This is similar to what we just saw in the financial report. It's a little more consolidated. You'll see that amended budget and estimate column. Those changes are a direct impact to our changes in our assumptions. See, that does change. What we're estimating right now is it lowering our total fund balance by a little over $2 million if current economic conditions continue through the rest of the year. This is how that breaks down as far as the composition of the fund balance. Once again, you end up with a little bit lower unassigned fund balance. if current estimates hold. So here's the assumptions. We have lowered sales and use tax by about 0.5% as we currently see the markets happening. Once again, we'll be back in August. We'll have another quarter's worth of collections in August, so we'll be able to refine this a little bit further for you. Property tax, there is a significant change there. Our initial projections were before the legislation happened, and they were at the 14% for 26 and 28. We do now have legislation in place that restricts that to 5.5% maximum. There are also some additional restrictions in there that allow for exemption of a certain amount of property value before the taxes start being calculated. So really, property tax going out a couple of years there are still a lot of things to be worked out there. And then you can see that that projection going forward toward the bottom there, the net revenues and expenses. I would caution you not to look out much farther than 2026. It's really hard to predict some of these things, and they do change a lot from year to year. We are presenting them, though, just for your reference. This is just a graphical representation of that same information. And another graphical representation of that information. If things were to hold, we might have to consider dipping into unrestricted reserves in 2026 and beyond. Once again, I wouldn't worry too much about it at this point until we see some further trends that might be coming up. All right, I'm going to pause for questions here about any of those assumptions before I turn it over to Budget Manager Nolan.
Member Noonan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the update. As you know, with capital requests that we will be deciding on this year, many of the projects are multi-year projects where we would, start investing this year and then continue in subsequent years. With some of the projections that you are sharing with us and also telling us not to take too seriously, how do you think they should impact multi-year investments going forward?
Yeah, that's a good question. Some of these do require, if we put them in place, they do require future year investment. That's definitely something we'll want to consider in our planning and as we go through the CIP process specifically.
So in that case, in a multi-year investment scenario, we should be taking these numbers as real as we can at the moment in that decision making.
Yes, it's definitely something we should consider as we go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you go back one slide, please, and explain the Tabor Reserve to me?
Sure. So the Tabor Reserve it's a state requirement, state law. We're required to reserve a certain amount based on revenues we collect. That is something we could spend, but there are very strict limitations on what you can spend it for and how soon you have to replenish that reserve. So we have never considered dipping into that. There would have to be a very significant reason to do that.
Okay, and then the ARPA, when does that money have to be spent by?
Final spending has to happen by 12/31 of 2026.
Okay.
It has to be under contract by 2024, the end of 2024, so.
By the end of 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have to know what we're going to spend it on, and then we have 2 years to finish spending.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Member Ward?
I think this is the first time in my 3 years on council that I've seen a downward adjustment in revenue projections. And that's a little alarming because I've been asking for probably the last year or so, at what point does the free ride end? And it looks like we're getting to a place where we were similarly situated anywhere from, I don't know, roughly the 8 years ago period, where there are projections that based on our spending and our projected revenues, we will, on an annual basis for some time in the future, spend more money than we take in. And right now, our reserve position is good enough to where we can maintain reserves at the levels that we've all agreed are healthy through those projections. I guess my question overall is somewhat philosophical in nature, which is what what are the chances that these projections continue a downward slide? And how should we react when that does happen? How quickly do we need to slow the machine or look at making some cutbacks? At what point would you recommend that would occur? Or maybe this is a question for the manager.
Thank you. Well, it's definitely something we want to keep in mind. Once again, a lot of this is based on just the last 5 or 6 months of operations. So it's not really something you want to base a 5-year projection on, but it's happening. So we don't want to ignore it. Yeah, you're right. The healthy reserve might be very valuable in the next couple of years.
Go ahead, Ms. Nolan. I see your light on.
I just also want to remind everyone, we are looking at budget, so we're revising our budget down. Our actual numbers are tracking it, at least with prior year numbers. So we're not seeing a decline in actual revenues, but we are adjusting our budget estimate down.
So we're already making downward adjustments because we're projecting a slide of some sort in the future.
Yeah, it's more of a slowdown in growth versus an actual decline. Sorry, maybe you should have pointed that out earlier.
That's comforting, at least. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you, and I thank you for the report. My question is, and I mean, I've heard a lot of things on the news that projections are a lot of people are going to be laid off and there will be more slowing. At what point, I mean, I think, and probably tonight we're going to be talking about this, the amount of money that we have increased for capital projects. At what point may we need to reevaluate that to protect the level that we have?
Yeah, and after we go through the presentation this evening and if whatever guidance we get from council, we'll be taking that back and meeting with departments individually about their projects and coming back in August with a much clearer picture for you. Today, we haven't vetted these projects or tried to weed any out. We're just putting it out there for you to look at, and then we'll go through that process over the next month and a half.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, once we get it into the budget, as long as the money hasn't been committed, we could even cut back on that after the budget has been passed, correct?
Any project that isn't started can always be delayed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Actually, I'll piggyback on Member Ward's question because our sales and use tax revenue for this 6 months has slowed to a 9% or 0.9% growth, right? So we're assuming 3.5% over the next 5 years. I know that you just gave us the disclaimer of just looking at the next 2 years. But why are we basing 3.5% when we're seeing less than 1% growth this year? Is there any other economic data that's telling us to consider 3.5%?
Well, we went back to 2015, and the only time we've never had 2 years in a row that sales tax went down. We've had 2 years that it went down slightly. Now, I'm not saying this can't be something brand new, but we just haven't seen that happen in the past.
Okay. Thank you. Thought I saw another light, but I guess not. I know you want to keep going on this subject, Member Ward, but go ahead.
What's our exposure on property tax? The decline in property tax revenue is based on state policy. And I know that there's some chances that that policy may change based on voter-initiated legislation or the state legislature. But also, if there's a downward pressure on property values based on the overall health of the economy, you said you went back to 2015, but the last real fiscal crisis the city had was in the 2008 to 2011 period of time. And then prior to that, 2000 to 2003, when the dot-com bubble burst. And both of those were terrible, terrible times for the city where we had to sacrifice, and we're paying debt still on capital expenses that was accumulated during those times. I guess the overall question I have is how, if we draw more debt that's serviced with property tax, how much what's the risk that we're going to break the backs of our property taxpayers? If the valuation of their property goes down, we still have to service that debt. So theoretically, their bill would go up despite the downward push on valuation.
And, yeah, that is correct. We're required to actually levy enough to pay for that debt. So that could be a scenario that happens. It's probably not likely, but you never know. It's a prediction.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with no further questions, I think we're passing it on to Ms. Nolan.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Nolan.
Yep, you're welcome. So tonight, the departments will be providing high-level overview of their enhancements that they're wishing and wanting to include in the 2025 budget. And this slide is just a reminder of what an enhancement is. It's a new or expanded program or service. And some of the examples that we have here are any new or repurposed full-time equivalent positions, expanding or existing, adding consulting or contractual services, new or increased operating expenditures, or any new or additional office furniture, or any increase to our fleet inventory. And we've also included, for your reference, the total of the enhancements that are included in tonight's presentation, as well as our revenue proposals. So just so that we kind of set the stage tonight, we've asked departments to keep their presentations to their enhancements, any revenue proposals that they've included in their presentation, and any changes to their capital requests that were presented back in April. So the initial slides that you're going to see in the packet are of the department's organizational structure as well as their department overview. And the departments have been asked not to focus on those slides tonight, but you definitely may ask questions of them during the Q&A that follows their presentation. So everything's up for grabs in terms of questions that you might have. And with that, we'll start with the city manager's office.
Thank you, Jenny and Kevin. Appreciate all the hard work that you put into this. As Tim is getting situated, I just want to remind council, make a statement that I haven't made in years past. Just as a reminder, this came up during the library discussion in the last 12 months, where council said, well, we never saw a funding proposal for XYZ, from a department. You are going to see unedited, unrestricted requests tonight. Tim and I have not had, Deputy City Manager Dodd and I have not restricted the departments from asking for anything that they want. You're seeing everything in the wish list. Obviously, towards the end of the budget, as you tell me, bring a balanced budget, I make recommendations, and that's where kind of my red pin comes out, is later on in the process. But tonight, if you see something that you say, we absolutely want that, then that will be at the top of my list that will stay in the budget. So any direction that you provide tonight and in the future sessions will really help me to make decisions as I start to whittle the budget down, working with the leadership team. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that note. City Manager Lewis, go ahead, Deputy City Manager.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to present the budget request this evening. So obviously, we're not, as Administrator Nolan went over, we're not going to go over this in detail, but just to point out, the City Manager's Office really serves a liaison function, liaison between the council, the city's workforce, other government entities, and the larger Inglewood community. We do manage a few projects in our own. I'll get to that in a second. We did add a division last year, the Sustainability Division. The rest of us are in the Administration Division. Just to point out, too, here that we have 2 FTEs that are technically in the IT department, but because of the role that they play across the city with data and analytics, they do report directly into our office. So we do manage the sustainability section of the strategic plan. We also have a lot of work in the governance section, and of course, as you're aware, we coordinate the plan across the city, and we also help departments with some specialized efforts in this area. You're going to see the enhancement list right now. I'm going to go through the first two, and then our sustainability coordinator, who is on the call, is going to go through the rest. I do want to point out that several of these, including one that I'm going to share, and also a few that Mel are going to share, actually were enhancements for this year, 2024, but because they were piloted during the year, we decided to keep them on this list. So the first two that I'm going to share, the first is the Management Fellow Program. This is one that we started this year in 2024. We really hope to have a second year of it. This was to provide additional capacity into the city manager's office. We've hired someone who's had a positive impact across the organization. There are many initiatives that they've worked on that they've initiated, but they've also supported things such as the negotiating process for our 2 bargaining units. They've also spearheaded a project you're going to see relatively soon relative to the food truck permitting process, which is a long time coming, as well as the special event permitting process. And so this is a really cost-effective way of providing a great opportunity for a younger person in the, or newer person, I should say, in the public administration realm, but also providing added capacity to our office. The second request that we have is, as you're aware, the ARPA funding, as Manager Engels mentioned, will be soon coming to an end. We had allocated funding for about 3 years of a Tri-Cities homelessness coordinator. So we will be asking council if you'd like to consider this position. This would be Englewood's share of this position going forward, if that's something you wish to consider. And now I'll turn it over to Mel England, our sustainability coordinator, for the remainder of the enhancements.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Oh, I cannot see the slides on my side. Second.
We're starting with the hazardous waste one.
Okay, perfect. So starting with hazardous waste, this is something that City Council has budgeted for in years past. The only reason it's up here and why it's different is that the city switched over to, perfect, thank you. Switched over to an at-your-door household hazardous waste and electronic equipment program. It launched this year, so instead of the $70,000 that we usually budget for the one-time-a-year event with the City of Littleton and ourselves, now it's just a program for us and available all year long. So that would be the $35,000. Next slide, please. The next is Angle Ride. This is a program that we piloted this year, so it's very new. So these are funds to continue that program to next year. This is a green commute program for City of Englewood employees. And this was a project listed in the sustainability plan, even when I first started. So it's been there for a while, and we finally got to implement it this year, which was really great. Next slide, please. And the next is the sustainability grant. This also was piloted just this year, so we want to continue it in 2025. Essentially, this lets residents and Englewood business owners apply for up to $1,000 to implement sustainability in their community and or in their neighborhood. This really helps to let residents kind of be the leader of what they want to see sustainability-wise in their community. Next slide. And then the next enhancement is Garden in a Box. So City Council has funded this the past 2 years. The only difference is we're asking to double funds from $2,000 to $4,000, and that's because it's insanely popular. The only complaint I get for this program is that people can't get a hold of it fast enough. For the past few years, it's been completely sold out in just 1 day. And at a very high level, the program provides a rebate for residents to get low water, majority native plants for their yard. Next slide, please. The next one is sustainability events. So hopefully you all saw all the events that happened in April this year. We do a lot of events in the years past. And before, I kind of had to make the magic work of finding funds to have it happen. So really, this is just a request to have a line item for it for a little peace of mind. Next slide. The next two, I believe, are going to be position ones. This one is for a sustainability program partner, sustainability specialist. This would be a full-time employee to really help me. The sustainability program has been really successful. We've applied this year for over $1 million worth of grant funding. It's been a really active, really positive year. But with that, having an additional person to keep the success going and keep applying for grants and keeping a high level of success is really what's needed. The next slide. The other one is the Green Business Coordinator. This position just got launched this year. It's fully paid for through plastic bag fee funds. So this is just a request to continue it on for another year of June 2025 to June 2026. And this is also a position that is cost shared with the city of Sheridan. And we're also looking for other cities and other ways to do even more cost sharing with this position and with this program. Next slide. And then for the revenue, as I said, there's the $8,000 from Sheridan for the Green Business Program. And then another thing I really want to highlight for that full-time sustainability position, the state of Colorado just came out with a grant opportunity strictly for sustainability staff capacity, which the city of Englewood is looking into and looking to see if that would be a good fit for us for this position as well. So grant funding is being looked for both those. And I believe that wraps it up for me.
Thank you very much, Ms. England. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Prang.
Thank you for the presentation. Deputy City Manager, the presentation states for the Tri-City Homelessness Coordinator that the position could potentially be funded through remaining ARPA dollars. How and when do we know whether that can be funded that way or not?
Sure, I'll try my best to answer that, but maybe if I get it wrong, Manager Engels could help me out. I think because, as you mentioned, we have to have everything encumbered by the end of 2024, I think his department is going to do an analysis later this summer of basically where we're at with spending. And if we do have some areas that are lower, we could come back to you before the end of this year for amendments for you to consider.
We'll go Member Russell and then Member Ward.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So my question on, to add to what Member Prang asked, is the 3 years up?
It will be at the end of this, at the end of this year, I believe it will be up.
So I think this is one area that we need to reevaluate. And with the fact that the county is pretty tight for money, we probably need to look and see what the county is. This is one area that I'm willing to cut. We should have never started it anyway because it was one-time dollars. And we're ending up with all the homeless people in Englewood, and the other two cities aren't sharing in the wealth of that. So I would like to see that taken off. The other question, and this is, so the Engle ride, how effective was that so far in the last year?
Yeah, great question. So we launched that officially in January of this year. And if you can imagine, Colorado's really cold in January. So we knew that participation would be low. People were going to get used to the online dashboard, the website, the app, and everything. So far, we've had 11 people pretty consistently do it. We're doing another big push for Back to Work Day, which is this Wednesday. Summer is really a good time to engage folks. So it's been low, but that was expected. Dr. Cog even expected that too.
So what is the $6,000 for? Just to advertise it, or do people get grants for using it?
Yeah, great question. So the $6,000 is for the financial incentive to do an alternative transportation trip to work. So you get $1 per trip, max $2 per day. It has to be towards you coming or going to work. It can't be like I rode my bike on the weekend and I get $2. So it's, yeah, that financial incentive to take an alternative trip.
Okay, thank you.
Member Ward.
On the subject of the homeless coordinator, is this listed as an enhancement because our initial funding has worn out?
Yes.
Okay. On the subject of the Engle Ride program, how, if at all, do we verify that the employee actually took alternative transportation? Not that any of our employees would engage in dishonesty, but you know, are we verifying it, or are we just letting people collect $2 on their own word?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's something we talked about in the beginning. And when I was talking to the folks in HR about how to ensure honesty, we do have it in our, and I hope, Sean Weiss, you can correct me if I'm totally butchering this. We do have in our onboarding that time sheet or a time clock theft can result in anything all the way up to firing. And that's essentially what this would be is like paycheck theft. And so we made that really clear to people of like, it's not worth it, you know, don't lie, just be honest. But from the folks that we had participating so far, like you can tell that folks are just logging the few days that they're in, which is nice. But it is part of trusting that people are doing it correctly.
Excellent. And then my last question is in regards to the personnel enhancements request for sustainability. There was a mention of grant funding, and I think in order to make an educated decision on this particular request, I would need to be able to see some fruit, the results of the grant funding. So some things that would help me with my decision-making process here would be how much grant funding the department has brought in to date, and what the required city match was, and what the grants were for. Because I would want to see that grant funding going towards programs that I can support and at a net increase in revenue to the city at a cost that is sustainable over time. I think that's all I have on that subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Wright?
Thank you. Getting drilled with Tri-Cities here. My question is Tri-Cities, we know there's 2 other cities involved. My question is, what are the 2 other cities putting in towards this salary? Because that question is Inglewood putting in the lion's share here.
Yeah, thank you. So typically the split has been about 45% for all Tri-Cities initiatives, 45% Inglewood, 45% Littleton, and 10% Sheridan. I cannot tell you definitively what they're going to be asking for in their budget process for 2025. We actually start our budget process quite a bit earlier than they do. I was on a call with the county in both cities a couple weeks ago where we all kind of agreed that we were going to be asking our councils that they want to consider extending the position. This year and the last years, though, we have paid the same exact amount as Littleton. Sheridan, because they're significantly smaller, has paid significantly less.
And why would Littleton not be putting in a little bit more when they're a bit bigger than us by, what, 10,000+ more people?
So I feel like that's probably something that could be broached. When I started with the city, the split that was already established was 45, 45, 10.
Okay, and my question also would be, Bridge House is going to be housed in Inglewood also, so I feel like we're being the heavy at this point, so just my opinion. My other question is, Mel, you made a comment that sustainability has brought in about $1 million worth of grants. This is for this year, or is it a combination of years?
Oh, I'm sorry. The sustainability division has applied for over $1 million.
Applied, okay.
Yes, yeah. And we've officially won roughly around like 780,000.
That's a pretty good track record. So, so the position that you're wanting would, I guess maybe this would be a good time to ask the city manager, are we looking at possibly bringing on a full-time grant writer at this position? I mean, that's a lot of money, so.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Member Wright. We did not have that as a departmental request, but if council would like to see that, we can scope that and add it to a future presentation.
I really remember the mayor saying at the budget meeting, you might want to bring it up, so.
I knew it was going to come up, so.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. The one enhancement request here that I would like to see elevated is the Tri-Cities Homelessness Coordinator. That's a position that I would hope we could fund going forward. It's been very valuable leading up to now, and I think we'll continue needing that in the future. So as the Tri-Cities Policy Group Coordinator, I want to advocate for that, and hopefully we have some council support to continue that position as well.
Thank you. Member Noonan-Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I will +1 the Mayor Pro Tem. I would also like to see the homeless coordinator position sustained for now, although I would like to only fund it under the condition that we're all continuing on in our agreement. I would like to know where the county's at on that as well. Obviously, it's contingent on finding the right person. And I'm open to talking about the percentage. I was not here when that percentage was decided upon. I'm sure there are many other things that we split on that percentage, and so there's a question of if we actually want to open that can of worms. But I'd like to see that move forward. The other question I had was on the management fellow. Can you talk me through, I mean, I love the idea of creating this opportunity, but talk me through the cost benefit analysis that we're doing on this role versus just a full-time staff employee.
Yeah, so I think there's kind of two components to that. One is the benefit to the city, but also one is the benefit to the individual. So in my years in government, this is something I've seen multiple cities add in the last several years. Littleton added one just before us. Lone Tree added one just before that. So talking first about the benefit to the individual, it can be very challenging for someone who's right out of a master's in public administration or public policy position to start in municipal government in general. And often there are cities, especially like in our area, that don't have the capacity to have analysts in every department or 5 management analysts in a city manager's office. And so it creates a really unique position for individuals that we could really see going far in government. So that's one of the benefits why we're doing it, is really in a way to kind of provide a benefit to the profession. But the benefit that it provides to us is, and I can certainly provide more of a magnitude statement, I guess I would say, the city manager and I, and not to speak for him, but we obviously both have capacity in terms of we manage departments, manage the day-to-day of the city, and we both take on special projects and special initiatives. But there are many things, many of which have come up at council meetings, that we just haven't had the added capacity to do deep dive in. For example, it's really because of this position that we've been able to study youth engagement the way the council had asked for. It's because of this position that we've been able to really kind of untangle some situations in the city, including the permit process for special events. And so if you'd like to see more of an analysis, I'm happy to provide it. But really, I would say those are the two benefits we provide to the profession of city management, but also to the city with added capacity. And to be quite honest, hiring someone in a position like this is incredibly more cost effective than hiring a permanent management analyst or assistant to the city manager or anything like that. So we thought it was by far the most cost-effective way to provide added capacity to our office.
That's super helpful. Thank you so much. The only thing that I would call out, it's a small investment, but the Garden in a Box program came to us through a resident who requested that we do it, and we were able to bring it forward, and it has clearly been very successful and is in line with our strategic plan. So I would definitely like to see that continue as well.
Yeah. I got a question for Ms. England regarding the program partner. Is that a full-time position for just the city of Inglewood, or are we looking to partner with another city, Sheridan, Littleton, on sharing on the cost?
Yeah, we're in talks with the city of Sheridan about sharing in the costs for the state grant that I was bringing up. They actually are very much looking for communities that are partnering. So city of Sheridan is discussing it right now too. So it could be another city cost share.
Okay. And I guess the just because there is the grant writing capability here, just to piggyback up a member Wright's comment regarding having a grant writer, have we talked to Littleton or Sheridan about sharing in the cost of that? Because I'm trying to figure out whether or not, we have 2,000 hours of research and grant writing, to put an FTE towards that position, or whether or not we could split the cost with another city. So we don't need an answer right now, but that would be something that I would like to investigate. Go ahead, member Wright.
There are actually grants for grant writers. So there could be a grant that pays for a grant writer.
So one of us is going to have to write that then.
You're very well versed at writing, so
Okay. No, I
trust in you. So,
okay, I have no issues with any of the items brought up. The Garden in the Box, this will get us to 2 days before they run out, but I can understand why it's such a valuable program. I've taken advantage of it as well, not through the city, but prior. But yeah, just fantastic work. And the homelessness coordinator, I would be in favor of keeping that as well. So, Member Prang, sorry, go ahead. You're covering up your light. There you go.
I will move my drink. So I just wanted to weigh in on the FTE, the ongoing FTE. In given your comments, city manager, about this is kind of pie in the sky, everything that the departments would want to see, but we don't necessarily have to fund it all. I think I would be more prone to lean toward continuing to support the Tri-Cities coordinator position, in that it's regional work that we've engaged in, we've committed to, we're over 3 years in now, and we continue to have a lot of public comment and safety concerns brought forward around the homelessness issue in the city. So I'd want to make sure that we continue to move those efforts forward over potentially the sustainability partner position. While I really appreciate and have enthusiasm for a lot of our sustainability efforts, I don't think we're as far into that road as we are the Tri-City homelessness issue. And potentially we could give another year or two with some of the programs that we've started, seeing continued success before we commit to a full-time FTE to that end.
Thank you, Member Prang. And that's a good point. I think especially with us leading off with the potential slowdown in our sales and tax revenue, my comment is just I see no issue with what is being presented. Obviously, the city manager, I'm giving the direction to the city manager in terms of just he would make the best decision based off of what our economic outlook looks like to say yes or no to any of these positions, but that's a great point. Member Ward, I see your line on.
I just wanted to weigh in on a couple of these things. On the subject of the management fellow, one of the goals of that program, as I understood it, was to sort of increase the bandwidth that the two of you have to take care of other things that might be more important than whatever small fire is currently burning in the city. Has it accomplished that particular task?
Well, Tim gave two examples that were kind of direct results of council-directed projects that we have not had the bandwidth to do, but Liz has, our management fellow, Liz Ramsey. And I would say, in general, you know, I talked about a volunteer program, some sort of ambassador program. That is completely set up now with 17 different people, employees in the departments, going to community events for nonprofits, for schools, city events, and having a real presence there, doing outreach. We do a monthly service project with that position, all of which has been, you know, made possible because of Liz and her work. So yeah, we can give you the project list. It's a lot.
I just want to make sure that we're using this position to accomplish the city's fundamental mission to the residents. And it sounds like I don't have any reason to believe that's not exactly what's happening. The multiplication of force factor here is being applied. It's making it easier and quicker for us to nimbly execute on things that need to be done around here.
And I would
Absolutely.
add to that too, Member Ward, that her particular focus on the city's strategic plan has, number one, I think brought that to a level that quite frankly I just didn't have the time to invest into it. But also it's allowed me to spend more time working with directors on different programs and initiatives. This person has also been able to provide some support as needed into citywide initiatives in other departments. So they'll be working with Public Works on a few projects. They've provided, we really only have one person in our HR department that does negotiations, so they were able to provide substantial support to them in a way that they never have had that capacity in the past.
Outstanding. I don't have any personal objection to continuing Tri-Cities homelessness coordinator for another year. This does strike me as something, if we need to make some cuts in our budget in future years, we might have to look at again. And then the one program in this area that I haven't heard anyone talk about is the hazardous waste and electronic recycling program, which is actually kind of important to me personally. I've had difficulty in the past getting rid of certain things, and this program facilitates that for me and for other residents. I think it's been a success. Did we go through the full $35,000 budget last year? Is that like a subscription fee, or is it a per item fee that we're paying? Do we know?
I can talk on this one. So I can pull up final numbers for you. I don't have it on the top of my head, but these events are not the program. The events that we did in the past are incredibly expensive and they're only twice a year. And the other caveat there that we were really struggling with, both Littleton and Englewood, I think any municipality that works with contractors, is we are totally up to the mercy of the contractors for what they want to quote us, because there's not that many household hazardous waste contractors there. So this was a way to actually save the residents money, give them something year round, which that hands down was the biggest complaint I got from folks. And they're actually able to get rid of more hazardous waste and electronics for the same cost that they were spending at the once a year event.
Sounds great. Provided we can continue to meet demand, I think this is a great program. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward. We are really behind at the moment, but Member Wright, go ahead.
Well, I'm glad we're having a conversation now.
It is, yeah, it's a good conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, the Engel ride, I think if we only have 11 people participating right now and we have to start checking things off the list, I think it would be it. Tri-Cities homeless. I'm a newer person to the table here, but I've been paying attention for a long time. I drive by where Bridge House is supposed to be being completed. I drive by quite often, not sure where it's at. I see a dumpster out there and I don't see a whole lot getting done. There's a lot of residents that complain about 5280, but 5280 is doing the work currently addressing our homeless right now. I don't hear anything about Tri-Cities homeless out there and working with our homeless right now, and that's where my issue is. We have spent a lot of money on Tri-Cities, but yet where's Tri-Cities out there actually addressing the issues of our homeless? And that's my issue with this as a Tri-Cities homeless coordinator. I don't know, and I think that's where it needs to be evaluated. Does something need to be tweaked and done and something reevaluated as to our homeless? We're going into the third year of this program, how the program is being worked. And that's where my problem is with this. And that's why I'm not supporting it right now. I think something needs to be changed. So, and maybe we need to look at that, all cities together. So that's where I am. I can't support how it's working currently. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Mayor, if I could, I think it's a good question that we need to ask, and if I can make that a council request, we'll put that in a future council request. Thanks.
All right. All right, thank you very much, Deputy City Manager. We're moving on to the next department.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think I can catch us up on time. Real quick, City Clerk's Office, 5 full-time employees and 3 part-time employees. Our strategic plan connection is primarily to governance. I'll skip to our enhancement requests. We have 2 that we're going to highlight tonight. The first one is asking for additional hours for our customer experience assistants, which are our passport agents. Our passport service program has been wildly successful, and we are generating revenue for the city, and those passport appointments are based on staff time, fully trained staff, and so we are asking to have more hours that we can give to our current part-time employees. Still would not make those full-time positions, but it's just more hours that we could put towards hopefully opening up more passport appointments. Our second enhancement is for one of our positions. Last October, we made one of those, we had 4 part-time positions. We made one of those a full-time departmental assistant in the hopes that that departmental assistant would just be of assistance to the city clerk's department. However, this position primarily runs an entire division of the city clerk's office, which is the hub, staff, the mail services, and the passport services. So we would like, in hindsight, we should have classified that differently, and so we are asking to, it's still a full-time position, we're not changing any of that, but then to reclassify that to a secondary deputy city clerk that would handle that one division of the city clerk's office. We did have one revenue increase, and that would be state law is allowing us to charge more for CORA requests, and so that went up significantly. I can just tell you that typically we don't charge very often for CORA requests. CORA is something we can usually provide within the boundaries of the CORA law, but that is a fee that we can increase, and we'll bring that forward when we do our fee increases.
Thank you very much, City Clerk Carlisle. Any questions? Member Russell?
Thank you. So is the passport generating enough revenue to cover all of the expenses for this position?
Yes,
And an extra?
and then some, yes, correct.
Okay. I do have some concerns just because the state says we can increase our open records request. I mean, we've been setting things up so that most of it can actually be done online and it's not taking any time. And therefore, it bothers me that we're raising that fee. So I would like to maybe reconsider that. I mean, what was it? It went from 25 to 41, 30?
30. It's been $30 per hour after the first hour, and it's now can be 41.37. We're just bringing it up to what can be charged. Again, it is very rare that we have to charge for a CORA request. It's typically if it's well outside of that first free hour. So I can just tell you we don't generally generate a lot of revenue from CORA requests. But if it is a large request that we can bill for, we wanted to bill in compliance with state law.
But we're a home rule city, we don't have to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Ward?
I concur with Councilwoman Russell, and I'll go on record saying I would not support an increase in the per hour charge for CORA request fees.
Okay.
Just like I resent it when my bank charges me to get my own money out of the bank, I resent it when a government agency charges me money to obtain records that I own. So I would not support that. I will also go on record at the same time saying that this passport program has been incredibly successful. Both Mrs. Ward and I obtained our passports. I, like a schmuck, waited till 3 weeks before we were traveling to get my passport and was able to obtain my passport about 48 hours before we got on the boat. That was only possible because of the service that we provide here in Inglewood. So I'm grateful to have that service. I know several people who have used it, and I've had an excellent experience with it on my own. So I'll continue to support that at whatever level it's needed.
Great.
Member Noonan-Camp?
I'll be quick in order to keep us on time. I support all of these requests, and I also support the adjustment to the rate for the CORA requests, and I respectfully disagree with my colleagues. As members of this council are often telling us, inflation is a real thing, and the city is not exempt from that. And so just as our costs to pay for staff time and other expenses have increased with inflation, I think it's important that these rates also stay on par with inflation, and that we're not necessarily paying, and I appreciate that the clerks are actually quite diligent to not be in a position where we have to charge. I think we're very considerate in that way, but we're not charging people for access to the records, we're charging for the staff time that it takes, especially with really extensive requests. And so I think it's appropriate, and I know that we are very respectful in how we do that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Member Noonan-Camp said very similar to what I was going to say. I guess the point for me would be if we're going to charge for that time, if we're going to charge for the time, as I think we should, if it's a lengthy request, then it should be commensurate with what staff gets paid to do that work. You're not, again, paying for the record, you're paying for the effort to acquire the record, which I would suspect is often maybe above that $41, depending on what department and who is actually generating the record.
Member Wright?
Thank you. Kudos to the clerk's office on very successful. I've heard many people say that they wish that you would do reissuance and lost passports because you guys have been friendly and efficient and wonderful. When I was reading the pack, Member Ward's voice went through my head. The documents belong to the people, and I agree with him 100%. We work for the city, we work for the people, we're all employees of the city, and I do believe that the documents do belong to the people. And I believe that we should keep those costs down as much as possible. So I do agree with Member Ward and Member Russell. I do appreciate everything that your group does. Everyone has always been friendly, and before I was on council, since I've been on council, I thank you for that, but I do agree with them, so.
Thank you.
All right. Nothing further to add on my point. I'm good with what was presented. So thank you very much, City Clerk
Great.
Carlisle.
Thank you.
Up next is the City Attorney. Oh, I'm sorry. Deputy City Attorney McDermott.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Deputy City Attorney Victoria McDermott, and I'm here to present the City Attorney's Office enhancement request. So the mission of the City Attorney's Office is to provide professional, accurate, effective, and efficient legal services to the city. We do that through our Civil and Prosecution Division. In 2024, an administrative decision was made to reassign the oversight responsibility of risk management, property, and casualty liability insurance related to the duties of the City Attorney's Office from the Human Resources Department. So essentially adding another position to the City Attorney's Office. Our budget request is simple. It's a 0.25 enhancement to the risk management budget in order to fund that one FTE within the City Attorney's Office. Currently, the position that comes from 0.5 FTE from our office and 0.25 FTE in finance, and that 0.25 FTE request would fully fund that one FTE position. So that, I'll open it up to any questions.
So Deputy City Manager, so 0.25 still stays with finance then?
My understanding is that these would be moved to the City Attorney's Office, so
Okay.
that 0.75 that's out there, we'd add, here, I'll go back to the last slide. We would be adding another 0.25 to round to the, it's 100%.
So the entire amount will be through the City Attorney's Office now?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Say, Member Ward.
Just to clarify, is this an administrative change or is this an actual enhancement?
Well, it's an enhancement for the risk management budget. There is also that administrative change component to it. I can let Sean speak to that.
Right, so essentially, we have been funding from the Risk Management Fund, and Director Engels can correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the staffing that would now shift to a full-time FTE. So we already had money kind of booked in there for staffing costs, which is why you're only seeing a quarter of a position being requested. But in terms of the administrative procedure, it's just moving from one department to another in terms of the department that has a responsibility for the program. Does that answer your question?
Is it a net zero, I guess is what I'm asking? Or are we actually increasing our expenses by 37.5 a year?
We are, and that's because we've just historically underfunded a risk management program. So you all approved the contract with Brown and Caldwell a month or so ago to do a full-scale citywide analysis. That project is underway. We expect that they will absolutely recommend an FTE, which we have never had before. But because we already have funds that are in your budget each year for risk management and a risk management fund dedicated, we can use some of that existing fund to fund the other 3/4 of this position.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? I think we are good. Thank you very much, Deputy City Attorney.
You're welcome, thank you.
All right, up next is Ms. Julian, the Court Administrator for the courts. Good evening, Ms. Julian.
They're telling me microphone, so I see my. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I should be the fastest tonight. I think I was the one with the least amount of time, 1 minute. Our court mission, values, and goals have remained the same. Our org chart is the same, as well as our overview, our strategic plans, and I have no requests for any enhancements at this time. While we have no reason to believe that we will have a decrease in cases. We are experiencing a change in prosecutors and also in our police chief. So we don't know what will be coming forward. And so therefore, we are taking a very conservative approach. And so we have not requested any enhancements this year.
Thank you, Ms. Julian. Member Ward?
What kind of caseloads are we currently seeing for restorative justice and court navigator positions?
I did post those in March for the first quarter. It's staying pretty status quo from last year. So we've been very level for the last 2 years. I do not recall what those exact numbers are off the top of my head, so sorry.
I guess I want to cut to the chase and say that I have some concerns that we don't have adequate caseloads to justify 2 full-time employees, 1 in each of those positions. So going forward, that might be something that I would recommend the body take a look at. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you,
Our
Member
court
Ward.
navigator is part-time at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
It did go from a full-time to a part-time.
Okay. Perfect. With no other questions, Ms. Julian, you did stay within the 1 minute. Thank you
you.
so much.
Yay, I get the award. Thank you.
And do we have Mr. Weisky online? Oh, there we go. Sean, can you hear me? Oh, Sean, you're not coming.
Sean, if that's you talking, it sounds sped up and a little
Yeah.
cartoonish. Maybe can you change a different microphone?
Sean, are you able to hear us? Mr. Weisky?
That sound better?
There we go. Perfect. We are good.
All right. Perfect. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened with my mic. All right. Good evening, Council. I will be presenting the HR department budget requests and enhancements. Right. Seeing the slides.
We're on it. If you just want to talk to it, actually, there you go. You should be able to see them now.
All right, perfect. All right. So my first enhancement is a 457 retirement savings incentive. So what we're looking to do is increase participation amongst our current workforce and new individuals who come into the workforce. Right now, we have only 29% of employees that actually contribute to their 457 retirement savings account. Right now, the city does not provide a match to that 457 contribution that the employee makes. So in working with our administrators, we have done an analysis, and we'd like to increase our participation by 80%, which would result in approximately 53% of employees in the city participating, which is more in line with industry standards and industry norms. So we want to make sure that our employees are well prepared for retirement in the event that they retire from the city. Next slide, please. Next would be an enhancement to our class and comp services. So as you all know, we implemented a new class and comp system, and it's been a great success thus far. And what we've recognized is that employees are really engaged with this process. They're wanting to make sure that they're paid fairly and equitably, as that was the entire intent of the system. And so as employees are getting more career achievements, such as going to college or getting a new certification, getting any type of additional education or skills, they're letting us know about that, and we are going and doing that analysis and providing them credit for that. Additionally, employees whose jobs may change or who may take on additional responsibilities that were not originally in their job are letting us know that as well. And we're doing job analyses and ensuring that those individuals are properly classified. A lot of times when we add on additional duties, that will increase the job level. And all of this creates a lot of work. And so right now, the class and comp function is overwhelmed and because of all of these requests. And so we're looking to provide a little bit of reprieve for that function by requesting one-time ongoing $50,000 to supplement the the current function right now. And once we are able to hopefully stabilize the workload, we'll be able to eliminate that request. Next is a high performance leadership academy. So last year we did launch a city training program starting with the supervisory academy. We're putting together a pre-supervisory academy that's going to be rolled out later this year, likely in the fall. And so we'd like to enhance that even further and provide even additional learning opportunities for those folks that might be more of the soft skill needing development as opposed to the hard skill development. Our current program focuses on hard skill development, how to interpret a collective bargaining agreement, proper documentation, things like that, as opposed to more of those soft skills, leadership qualities, how to effectively run a team and manage your workforce. So we'd like to model it after what utilities in South Platte Renew have done. They're already participating in this, and we'd like to expand that throughout the entire city. And then finally, the last enhancement request is for Insights Discovery. So Insights Discovery is a program that is based on Carl Jung, who's a famous psychologist. If you've studied any type of psychology. And the program is very effective at encouraging communication and harmony amongst teams. You learn how teams effectively can communicate and effectively work together by learning these tools of effective communication. So myself and Stephanie Carlisle have actually already become certified in this program to administer this program on behalf of the city. And that will save the city a significant amount of money than the cost it would otherwise require that we've actually been taking on as of now, sending employees off to go get this done by somebody else. And I believe that is the end of my enhancement request.
Thank you very much, Director. Any questions from council? Actually, I'll just ask the question. So the 457 we have as a tier 4, so we are having as a lower priority. What's the reason behind that, Director? Is it just the other benefits that we provide, or just take me through that?
Yeah, so that was basically, we already do have a retirement program. This would be more of a nice to have and something that we think would help to attract and retain folks, but it's certainly not something that is, I think, fatal to our value proposition of coming to work here at the city of Inglewood. So that's why it's on a lower level, but it still would be something that from a market competitive standpoint would be something that we would like to implement.
Thanks, Sean. Member Noonan-Camp?
I had a similar question. Director Weisky, when you said we already have a retirement program, do you mean the offering of the 457, or is there another account that's also offered that does include a match?
Correct. We do have a separate, so the 457 is a completely voluntary program, and then we have a 401A program, which is a mandatory contribution program. So depending on your where you are in the city, if you're part of EEA or if you're MSC or EPBA, your contribution level will be slightly different, and the city's contribution level will be slightly different. But this is a secondary program that we have offered that we have not matched.
Very helpful. Thank you so much. I'm in support of the 3 tier 1 requests. I think on the tier 4, while I would love to see us get there, committing to an ongoing $250,000 investment year over year when we're looking at some of our budget implications or our revenue implications. I don't know if I'm quite ready on this one. I would love to see us get there eventually. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Noonan. I can see the benefits for all 3 of the tier 1s. Obviously, City Manager Lewis, not sure if you're looking for any specific, but yeah, I'd leave it to your discretion on which ones would be more vital for the city. Member Russell.
Thank you. I thank you for the presentation. And this is for the city manager. I know you said at the very beginning that these are all the things you would like to have. I kind of am feeling like council is willing to fund it all. And so the decision will be left up to you, correct? So are these, I mean, if we weigh in on all of these, you going to fund them all?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Member Prang.
you, Mayor. I just want to give a little thought as you're contemplating this section of the requests. While I love to be a big supporter of soft skills in work around that, and I do think conversations around that are necessary, I guess from my personal experience, I've been through a handful of programs like Insights Discovery and just haven't found that there's a long-term return on investment for having gone through that effort. And I'm wondering if that could be more of a kind of train the trainer in-house type activity that we own versus, allocating budget dollars if we need to shrink down some of these requests. Thank you.
Member Wright.
Mayor, if I could, just to clarify, because I don't think it was said exactly this way. This is actually for our in-house people, which is Stephanie Carlisle and Director Weisky and Clerk Carlisle, I should say, to administer this. So we've already moved that in-house as a way of sustaining that, because we've probably put about a third of our workforce through Insights, and it's been very helpful in those departments that really pushed into it, have kept that going. Now we have in-house people who can run the program, but you still have to send these surveys out. So the 25,000 is just to send that out for the analysis that then comes back to you. So does that make sense? So we're administering that 25,000 is just to send it and get the analysis done and then back, which you can't outsource that, unfortunately.
Member Wright.
Thank you. I agree with Member Prang and the others. I think that $250,000, a little more than that, is a big ask when we're needing to tighten our purse strings at this point. So I think that the Tier 4 things we're definitely needing to take a harder look at, not knowing what's going to happen the next couple of years. So thank you.
Member Ward.
I concur. I would not support a 457 match. I was employed by the state for over 10 years, and I didn't get a match to my 457. I still participated at a small level, but I participated, and that was my decision. I have, I guess, a question or possibly concern regarding ongoing class and comp. This is starting to seem like the project that will never end. We've been talking about it, I believe, for the entire time I've been on council, and I thought we're coming close to closing it out. Is this 50,000 something that we can reasonably expect to be ongoing for years to come, or will we at some point reach a place where we can sustain this internally as a basic HR function at the city level?
Yeah, I think that we can actually probably absorb most of that through some reorganizations if of our department. So we can certainly take a look at that. I certainly understand that sentiment that it's the project that never ends. So we can certainly take a look at that. But it's to address this current issue that we have right now of kind of this backlog of job reviews that we're trying to contest with right now.
And do we know offhand what the actual size of that backlog is? How many staff members or positions are we talking about?
Yeah, we have 29 requests right now. So it's 29 different positions of individuals that have requested that we take an individual look at their job. And we have one person on staff that is able to do that. So it is quite a feat.
And is this something that's required under our union contract currently?
The reassessment is not required under the union contract, but it would be, if we're not reassessing jobs that have changed, that would result in the system that we just built being broken. So this is a way to try to maintain what we've built and having a good class and comp system that's based off of best practices.
Great, thank you.
All right, with no further comments. Director, I'm sorry, Member Wright, do you still have a comment? Your mic is on, so, all right. All right, Director Weisky, thank you very much for the presentation. I think we're moving on to finance now. Mr. Engels.
Evening again, council. We do have a few requests for you, and we have one revenue enhancement that we'd also like to propose. Here's a summary of what we're going to be talking about. Ongoing of 108,000, one time of 41,000. So our first request is for some financial advisory services. We have 10,000 is ongoing. There is some need every year for this service. We are asking for one time. Potentially that might happen if the Parks and Rec Geo Bond is approved. There is a substantial amount of financial advisory services that we'll use in order to get that ready to go to the market. So that's what the 40,000 is. There is a possibility that that would be paid out of bond proceeds, but we don't know that at this time until we get farther into the process. So our second request is for 18,000 or just under 19,000. This is for a strategic sourcing program. This will allow us to replace our current bidding process. We currently use, it's a free service, and there's a reason it's free. It doesn't have a lot of functionality. So for an ongoing fee of, I think we have these reversed. I think the ongoing is $1,000 a year. Initial implementation is the $17,680. That is to purchase the software. This will be rolled out citywide, so all departments can use this in their bidding process. It has a scoring mechanism and has a audit capabilities for the different procurement process, and it also has contract management functions that we would be able to use as well. Collection services, we've had over the years a contract to assist us with, and typically it's sales tax collections. But various departments have requested that we contract with a collection agency. They have various things that they bill for that sometimes those need to go to collections and have a professional company try to collect those fees for us. Once again, this might be zero if the contract is written in such a way that they take a % of what they collect, which is typical, but we just don't know that yet. So our fourth is for tax and licensing support. Typically, we use this for audits or investigations of outside city companies that are selling items to city citizens or residents of Inglewood. Those are a little bit outside the realm of what our normal tax auditors do. And we've found that very successful in the past when we've used those. This is related to the city attorney's request earlier. This is bringing the 0.25 FTE back into the finance general fund budget. It was previously paid out of the risk management fund's budget. This is our revenue proposal. Last time we increased the waste transfer surcharge was in 2022. At that time, we mentioned that we might want to tie this to inflation and periodically review that. We want to ask council if it's time to increase that based on the last 2 years of inflation and CPI. And that's about $60,000 if we do that. That's it for my requests.
Thank you very much, Director. Any questions? So the question regarding the sourcing platform, so is that also going to be functioning as our contract management system, or is that just one of the capabilities?
It's part of the capabilities. We'll be using it more on the finance side of things. There's an overall city contract process that we use now. This will help us for archiving and retrieval of contracts going on into the future.
So that would all fall under this this solution, not any other solution that we have within the city?
For that, for the finance piece. we
For the
do have-
finance piece.
Yes, yeah, it's very limited. That is, the contract piece is not why we're asking for this.
It's
more
the-
the bidding processes.
That automation piece.
That's
Okay.
just an additional capability that it
Okay.
has.
Member Prang.
Keep doing that tonight. I want to strongly support the strategic sourcing platform ask, and I would really like to see this included in the 2025 budget. I do think that, having the automated features is a big benefit to us. I think it produces some more objectivity in the scoring of bids that come in. And I also like that it has the contract management solution piece. I know when I was onboarded as a new council member, it was explained to me that we really were lacking in this area. And so, given that sometimes we see contracts expire and we're scrambling to get the next one in place, I think a solution like this could help us keep an eye to those types of things. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask another question regarding the collection services, tax and license support. There is a benefit, ROI that we've measured for both of these positions, correct?
Correct. For the collection services, well, the collection services are new, so we don't have any comparison there. We, at least in my time here, we've never had one company that handled that for the city. Departments were left on their own to handle it, and with some success and some failures.
But we would expect to collect more than the 20,000 that's outgoing.
Correct, and like I mentioned, most likely this would be a percentage fee and the 20,000 wouldn't even apply.
Okay.
We just don't know how that contract is gonna be structured just yet.
Okay. All right. Member Wright.
Thank you. Can we go back to 3 once more? Do we have any idea how many delinquent or difficult to collect accounts we may have throughout the different departments within the city there are?
There are many, several departments handle it on their own and it works well for them. So like utilities, they have the ability to lien a property in order to make that collection. So that works very well. But there are a lot of ad hoc things that we bill for that maybe once a year or once every 3 or 4 years. Those tend to be the ones that kind of fall behind on collections. I think our first estimate was about $200,000 that we have out there that this company would be able to help us with.
So, and this would be the type of thing where I'm thinking code enforcement has to abate a house or that type of thing and then do a lien in order to collect on that type of thing also?
That works similar to the utilities. We are able to lien that property, and so we will always get that money back. It may take a couple of years, but whenever
Right.
that property changes hands, we get paid for that.
Right, okay.
So that would probably be outside
And
of
it'd
this
be
scope.
nice to get the money sooner than later.
It would be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with no further questions, Director, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Director Eisenbart for Information Technology.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Joe Eisenbart. I'm the Director of Information Technology. Going to speed through these here and get to our enhancements. And I do want to mention that our enhancements, for the most part, are related to our technology plan. That is part of is a key project with the city's overall strategic plan. So the total enhancements, ongoing 757,000, one-time amount 20,000, total 777, almost 778,000. The first one up here is the cybersecurity engineer. This position would build out a formal approach to how we do security with the city. Currently, we handle things on more of an ad hoc basis when we're dealing with a new system or a new device, something of that nature. We put our best foot forward as far as making that security effort. This would build out that program to enable us to take a more holistic approach to security overall. This position would also work with the compliance aspects of security, including our PCI compliance, CJIS security policy, and NIST standards related to our infrastructure. The ask there is $154,000 ongoing. That includes our salary and benefits. The next enhancement is also connected to the strategic plan, the technology plan. We're asking for a part-time GIS technician in an effort to become a more data-driven organization. We want to lean on the data and analytics piece of this puzzle. Currently, the staffing in the data and analytics division includes a data and analytics manager and a GIS administrator. The demand for those services grows every day. One thing that falls behind and is often overlooked is the data collection piece of it and managing that data to make sure that it conforms to our standards. It's an oftentimes very tedious, time-consuming process, and we're unable to, with the current staffing, keep up with that activity. So we're proposing $45,000. That has, again, benefits and salary for a part-time GIS technician. The third enhancement is a business support analyst. This is a little bit different than our typical support analyst. This would be supporting the IT department specifically. The purpose of this role would be to help us implement our technology plan and to manage the projects that are within that plan, as well as tracking metrics associated with the plan. Additionally, this person would assist with vendor management and other project management needs. Currently, we manage about 150 different vendor contracts, so that's something that I've taken on for the most part, and I could use some help with that. So that person would help in that aspect as well. Additionally, just continuing that constant cycle of improvement using the data that we're collecting to tweak our processes and make them more viable down the road. The last position that I'm asking for is a tech support supervisor. Again, this speaks to the technology plan. One of the overwhelming things that we learned from collecting information for the technology plan is the dissatisfaction with our customer service at this point in time. So there are a lot of things that we're going to be doing as far as process improvement and trying to elevate that level of customer service and the consistency of the service. This particular position would help with the rollout of those procedures, as well as providing more intense coaching and direction for the service desk staff and the tech support tech support team. It would also relieve some of that burden for the operations manager to enable him to be more strategic in his planning for the team overall. We're asking for $136,000. Again, that's salary and benefits ongoing. This next one, Microsoft licensing, also through the technology planning process, we uncovered there's approximately 125 or so part-time employees who do not have a Microsoft account, and therefore they have to look at other means to get information from the city whenever we're making announcements, things of that nature. So this enhancement would be to increase our licensing to enable us to give licensing to those part-timers. This would not include our seasonal staff, just our permanent part-time employees. Email security software, I have to correct an issue there. We do have email security protection, but it is inadequate, we believe. The proposed system would scan emails coming in and hold those back so that they're not delivered. Currently, we may detect an email that's possibly malicious, but in a lot of cases, they still get delivered. You may have received some yourself. So this system would quarantine those and give us the ability to review them and then release them if we find that they are a legitimate email. It operates on a kind of a library of known malicious email, but it also uses artificial intelligence to identify patterns in unknown emails where it can grab those as well and help us out there. Asking for 31,000, again, that's ongoing. The next one is for the cloud phone system subscription and support. So last year you approved the capital improvement plan to implement soft phones in the city. This would be the ongoing support for that was not included in that capital plan in year 2 and beyond. Ongoing maintenance for the access control system, also approved last year as a capital improvement plan. This would provide support for that system once implemented for year 2 and beyond. 75,000. PDF remediation software, ongoing subscription. This is for the accessibility plan or the accessibility project. We increased the licensing this year to speed that process up. This 15,000 is to support those licenses going forward. Ongoing support and maintenance for the core portal. This was also a capital project that was approved last year. We're asking for 12,000 for ongoing support for that program, and it came in at about half of what we thought it would, so that's good news. Out of, the 777,000, that's the only good news I have. So that's just ongoing subscription support for that. Number 11 is a travel budget increase for our data and analytics team. Currently, they don't have a travel budget. There's a conference that they like to attend annually that gives them insight into the GIS side of data, and they'd like to attend that. So I'm increasing that $2,900 so that they're able to attend that. It's a free conference, but travel is on us. So, and the last enhancement I have is hot cloud storage. Currently, we maintain a secondary backup storage at another facility, and we also have a backup copy here at Civic Center. They're close enough proximity, these facilities, that a substantial natural disaster could take out both of those areas. So it isn't a real great solution. This would put one of those backups up in the cloud and then remove the other backup copy so that we don't need to expend that money. The other part of this is that these would be fully immutable backups, meaning that once the backup has been stored, it cannot be changed, and its only value is through a restore. So it's fully encrypted, fully immutable, so that can't be compromised in the event of a cyber attack such as ransomware. And that ask is $16,000. Revenue is pretty much unchanged. I did increase the copier printer charges by $5,000 because that's where it's been running over the past few years. And then we do have a little bit of an increase due to inflation for the services charges to other departments. My capital project requests for this year have not changed. So if you have any questions on that, feel free to throw those my way. Any questions?
Hey, Joe, how big is the IT organization today?
We are at 16 and a half. The half includes one intern. So
Okay.
temporary.
And then how many BSAs tech support do we have today?
So in the operations side, we have 9 full-time. That includes half of my salary as well as the intern. And then on the business services side, we have 2 senior business analysts, 2 business analysts, and 1 manager for a total of 5. And then they fund half of my salary as well.
And then can you explain the Microsoft licensing to me? So right now we have full-time employees that are contract workers that do not have access to Microsoft software.
So they're part-time permanent employees.
Okay, so they're part-time permanent.
Yeah. And some do, some don't. To this point, it's been based on the requirements of their job more than it is about communicating with you.
So, but we're talking like Outlook, Word, Excel,
Yeah,
that
and
type
access
of thing.
to network folders.
And that just gives me heartburn just because how does the collaboration work
Right.
if you don't have access to the same tools as the rest of the team? So
Exactly.
this is the one area that I'm just like, whenever we don't have the IT resources in place, how are we leveraging the systems that we actually have in place today to the full capacity? So this is an area that I would be, well, one, the BSA, the tech support supervisor, I would be in favor of that, just obviously just looking at the makeup of the organization overall. Security always gives me heartburn. So that very first line on cybersecurity, that's always been one of my greatest fears in this role, is just having some type of ransomware attack or just that, other cities have experienced it. That would shut us down. That really, that's something that does keep me up. So, I definitely will be in support of some of the areas that you kind of highlighted here. Member Wright, I saw your light on.
Thank you. Yes, the heart right here. Yeah, it can cause heartburn also. So, and your team, thank you. They have been patient with me because, yes. My question is, with the backup in the cloud, how often would everything be backed up? Would it be a daily type thing or a few hours, or how would that be done?
Generally, it would be daily. Depending on the situation, we may do something more frequently than that, because in between those backups, if there was some sort of an attack at that point, that data is probably going to be lost. So in certain circumstances, depending on the critical nature of the data, we may back up.
Okay, and then knowing that we have, enterprise funds or different departments, we have police, we have, the water and sewer, would they be kept on separate clouds for protection reasons, or how is that type of thing done?
They would all be in the same cloud.
They would.
Likely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you for the report, and I actually agree. I think that cybersecurity is probably our number one concern because we did have a cyber attack a few years ago, and so I'm in support of these things because I think they're huge. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Ward?
On the cybersecurity front, we hear from time to time about opportunities to work with either federal or potentially state government, including potentially some grant opportunities. Have we looked into that or done anything to pursue those types of grants that might offset some of these costs?
We are looking into that. It's not something that we've leveraged in the past, but we do realize those dollars are out there, and we when we have something that looks like it hits, we're going to go after it, obviously. To this point, we have not, it hasn't been a focus for this group. I want to make it a focus. It needs to be something that we consider at all times. A lot of grants, you have to have a project in mind before you can, and it has to be at the right time to get in under the wire as far as those deadlines. But with the planning process that we're working through we'll have plenty of projects sitting there waiting, and when these opportunities do come up, we'll be ready to take advantage of them.
And likewise, some of those agencies, as I understand it, and my knowledge in this area is fairly limited, might offer some audit opportunities or some chances to help us pick some of the lower hanging fruit by coming in and looking at the way we're doing things and giving us some advice free as part of the service that they provide. Have you heard anything about those types of opportunities?
Yeah, we do use like MSISAC as one, for example. We're also a member of the Arapahoe County Cybersecurity Consortium, where we share ideas with other organizations in Arapahoe County. Seagate also offers a lot of different resources there for us to lean on. So as often as we can. There was another one that we did. I can't remember the right acronym there, but we're using them currently for what they call a crown jewels assessment. In other words, going through, looking at what's important to us, and helping us to identify how much downtime can we afford with these things, how quickly do we need to get them back up and running, how much data can we lose, things of that nature. That's something that we're doing. It's off of a regional grant through another organization, and the name escapes me.
Great, thank you. I'm sure it's a fancy acronym of some sort.
I'm sure. Yeah.
All right, I don't see any further comments. Director Eisenbart, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. I will turn it over to Mr. Power.
Hi there, Brad.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. With your indulgence, I'll advance to our 4 enhancement requests. There we go. Our first one is a new employee request, a land use compliance officer. And this position would consolidate into one position the work to enforce all land use related compliance matters, resulting in better coordination internally and better external customer responsiveness. Currently, several staff members from 2 departments and 4 divisions do this work, and our demand in this area is growing. Our property maintenance code, stop work orders, and short-term rental inspections have almost doubled since 2021, and our zoning code violations average about 47 a year. And that's not just tends to be one point of contact. It tends to be multiple points of contact to resolve these type of case issues. We would also task this employee with enforcing a pending vacant building ordinance that is being prepared for your consideration later on this summer. Again, that would have a pretty significant enforcement and inspection effort as well. We did have a similar position in the department about 12 years ago, and it was eliminated for budget cut reasons at that point in time. And since that point in time, Englewood's population has increased from about 30,000 to about 34,000, and we're also doing new enforcement activities such as short-term rental inspections that we obviously weren't doing at that point in time in the past. I'll just add that in terms of our department, we're currently at 17 full-time equivalent positions. We're fully staffed at the moment, and that's been the case. It's been unchanged for the last 7 years in terms of our employee count. Our second request is related to the Englewood Trolley, or the shuttle, soon to be rebranded as the BERT. The city, as you may recall, received a $300,000 3-year grant through 2026 from RTD to expand and enhance the capabilities of the operations. That requires a $60,000 annual match from the public partners, which would be for 2025. We're requesting $30,000 enhancement from the city and $30,000 equal enhancement from the Downtown Development Authority. The total cost to operate the vehicles and the service in 2025 will just be over $1 million. And the city must budget for the entire cost of the shuttle trolley service because RTD operates on a reimbursement basis. So we incur the costs and then we're reimbursed by RTD for the majority of the expenses. For instance, in 2025, the reimbursement from RTD is expected to be just over $892,000. that remains, the city's commitment would be just under $120,000 for the service in 2025. And so with those expanded capabilities through the grant, we're looking at additional hours, an additional day on Saturday, and obviously additional and new vehicles for the service. And we're actually working with our vendor on the final elements of that contract, which we hope to, again, bring to you later on in the summer for those new vehicles. Our third one is city center pre-development expenses. In other parts of our budget, in our professional services budget, we have been carrying an amount for largely legal services, outside legal, specialized real estate counsel for the last several years. This would be additional one-time monies for non-legal expenses. I can report tonight, without going into the specifics, that we anticipate that the resumption of the consideration of city centers redevelopment is imminent. Hopefully within the next month or two, we'll be able to report to you some things that we can do in terms of an ongoing going forward basis to resume the consideration of city centers redevelopment. And then our last request is related to a comprehensive plan update. If you want us to do this in 2025, we're looking for your guidance, not necessarily tonight. We can come back to you later in the year with a specific request about updating the comprehensive plan, which has now been in place for 7 years. This wouldn't be a start over. It would be an interim update. It would be done internally by our own staff, but we would require about $10,000 for outside support for graphic-related services such as the depiction of the type of development character that you see depicted in the picture there. So that would be, again, if you direct us to do a comprehensive plan update next year, we would do that as well. In terms of our fees, both on the building and planning side, we are generally on a 3-year basis for looking at increasing fees. So if we stick to that, which we try to mirror other communities in terms of their timing as well, our fee basis would probably increase in January of 2026. That being said, if you want us to look at fees for implementation in 2025, we're certainly open to that as well. And that concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director. Member Nunekamp?
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple questions. For the land use compliance officer, sometimes we hear complaints from residents that when development is happening, they are adversely affected, maybe by runoff or by blocking, alleyways, that kind of thing. Is that something that this role would also address?
It could be in terms of discovering those types of issues, because this would be an entirely field-based operation, but a lot of that, we partner with Public Works on some of that compliance. So there would be still some coordination, but that person is more eyes on the street and more opportunity to balance that work with others and address those types of issues as well.
That's helpful. I really support this role. I actually really appreciate that staff is bringing it forward, because as we see new kinds of development or increased development in the community, we should be balancing that with enforcement of our rules and the compliance factor. And so I think that this is a thoughtful approach that the residents will appreciate. And so I support this. On the shuttle, for some reason, my recollection is when we had the rebranding conversation, we were going to rewrap the existing vehicles. I don't remember us talking about replacing vehicles. How old are the current? We have 2 shuttles, is that correct?
How old are the current
Yes.
vehicles?
And we have 2, is that correct? Or how many do we have?
There are 2 that are
Okay.
on the street at any one time, and a third tends to be in reserve. I'm not exactly sure how old the vehicles are, but I would just say what we would want to do with the new vehicles is refresh the image and the character and the rider experience. They're fairly cramped now. The new vehicles will be more roomy. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to take advantage of the rebranding effort to also replace the vehicles. Part of what we're trying to achieve with this service is how we move people over the next generation in our central part of the city in things other than cars. And to try to do this and to develop these partnerships over time that are sustainable, obviously with RTD, but maybe hopefully with the DDA, with larger players, with future development projects. That's what we're starting to do with some of these requests and some of the changes that we're bringing to the service starting next year.
That's helpful. Obviously, if we can get this reimbursed from RTD, there's a strong incentive to do it. I just want to make sure before I vote to approve replacement of the vehicles that I understand the current age of them and the need. I'm not sure the ridership warrants more room in the vehicles at this point, but I like that we're planning for the future.
You'll have that opportunity later in the summer with the
Okay.
contract.
great. And I support the other two items as well. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Power. If I was going to elevate one of these to the highest level of priority, I think it would be the shuttle update and all the things involved with that. I think that's the best thing, one of the best things we have going for accessibility and transportation within the city of Inglewood. And I think a rebrand of that would elevate it in terms of its usefulness to the citizens as well. I'm also supportive of the city redevelopment, whatever expenses we need to get that off the ground. I'd be happy to see that move forward. I'm not sold yet on the land use compliance officer. Would want to hear more, but always have questions when it comes to new levels of enforcement for the rules that we have. I know we have some enforcement already going on, so that's where I stand on those.
Member Prang.
Thank you. Remember the microphone this time. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to make sure that I understand the funding, the ongoing funding for the shuttle. So we're looking to fund an ongoing amount of $651 each year for operating the shuttle?
Correct. And the lion's share of the change is for the next 3 years would be that grant that we received, which is $360,000 of that per year.
360, okay. So when it says down here in the notes that 563,413 is what we're looking at getting reimbursed from RTD in 2025, would it be the 300,000 annually thereafter?
That's in addition to. So the total amount that we're being reimbursed not only includes their operational reimbursement, it includes obviously the grant amount.
Got it, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Member Wright?
Thank you. Okay. Help my confusion here. We got 2 new buses, correct? And that's why the rebounding and to Bird, where we had to pick the 3 different wraps and the names. Is that correct?
The buses have not been replaced yet.
Yet,
That's
okay.
still to come. And then the rebranding will follow that with the new vehicles.
Okay, so we've picked the branding and the colors and stuff for the vehicles to come. Okay, then can you help me understand? I've looked recently in the amount of money that EDDA has received, the amount of money that they received. Is it EDDA that chose the amount that they donate, or do we go ask them for a specific amount of money?
So I think there's 2 possible conversations relative to the DDA and the funding of this service. There's the immediate request, which is how do we deliver the local match for the next 3 years? And what we're proposing is a 50-50 split in 2025 with the Downtown Development Authority. One of the conversations that we would like to have with the Downtown Development Authority as a city to an independent group is over time, what type of financial capacity do they have to actually increase their participation in how we're delivering transportation services in the central part of the city, the lion's share of which lies within the boundaries of the DDA. So we see the opportunity to spend the next 3 years as we expand these capability to start having the conversations with various partners, including the DDA, about what is the financial capacity over time into the future to increase the funding for this type of sustainable effort in the downtown area.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Director, I definitely would be, just want to voice my support for the enhancements to the shuttles. That to me, obviously is of high priority. I'm happy to see that we've talked about this over the past few months, but just the increased level of service that we are looking to provide our citizens on the shuttle. I don't see any issues with these, but obviously with the IT discussion that we just had prior to you, is like that's the area that I would focus on, but I do am support of some of the other enhancements that you were asking for, community development as well. But Member Ward.
I'm not sure this is the year for me on the land use compliance officer. I understand the desire to bring that under one umbrella. I'm hesitant in regards to the timing to create a new full-time position for something like that when the economic future is looking a little hazier. The other place where I have some hesitation is the city center pre-development area. $25,000 doesn't seem like a ton of money, but I'm not, I may be wrong on this, but I'm not certain that we have a unified council as far as what direction city center is going to take. And my concern there is that if we spend $25,000 laying the groundwork for something that city council won't agree to or doesn't buy into, we've just wasted $25,000 of taxpayer money. So I'm hesitant on that one as well. I would almost rather appropriate that $25,000 as a supplemental when we get to a place where we're ready to act on it than to plan to spend it in the current budget cycle when we're not entirely certain what the future of city center looks like, even now after we've spent several years discussing the possibilities here. That's my feedback on the community development proposal. Thank you.
All right. I guess my worry on that one is that I don't think we're ever going to have a unified council on what the city center redevelopment is going to look like. I think it's just, we've had many discussions on this. I've never heard us be 7-0 on one thing, so. On that specific item, so go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to add that I think that the city center redevelopment is going to have to be some kind of a compromise. I have wonderful visions and dreams for it, but I know we're working in reality with specific developers, specific property owners, that kind of thing. And I want to make sure that we're living in reality and not everything we dream. And I think we can get there with a supportive council for a city center redevelopment. So I just want to make sure that I don't want to start that conversation off with the thought that we're not going to be able to get there. I think we will.
Yeah. All right. I don't see any further comments. Thank you very much, Director Power.
Thank you for your time this evening. Appreciate it.
And up next, I think we have Director Hargith and Ms. Davis as well. Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. We're here to present the Communications Department's budget requests, and I have Marketing Manager Vanessa Davis here with me to answer any questions. So a quick look at our organizational structure. And I'll go ahead and jump right into our one enhancement request. So our request this evening is to increase our visual communication specialist from part-time to full-time. This would be to serve as the Cultural Arts Commission liaison and to support and enhance the capacity of local artists. Focus areas for this position, and again, this is just moving it from part-time to full-time, would be placemaking, culture, community engagement, safety, and economic development. This would also allow us to bring, kind of the remainder of what we outsource and bring that in-house, whether it's video production and some of our other contractor costs. This is our current revenues. I'll let you take a quick look at this. One thing to note is we don't anticipate renewing our contract with Outdoor Promotions. They're the group that currently has the bus shelters around town. I think Public Works Director Rochelle might be able to elaborate on this, but they have some other options for those bus shelters moving forward in 2025 and beyond. Also, wayfinding and placemaking resides in communications, and these are our requests. The neighborhood signage program, as part of the neighborhood resources program, is also in communications. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director. Any questions? Go ahead, Member Pring.
No questions, just a strong supporter of this ask. I do think that we live in a day and age where everything is visual in video, and especially our youth coming up in the city and the younger families that are moving into the city, I think engage more and learn more about our city through those types of platforms. So strong supporter of this suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prang. Member Nooncamp?
It says that this would allow the CAC to transition to being overseen or liaised with communications instead of parks. What happens if this role is not funded? Will that transition still happen?
We would hope that they do that. Sorry, could you rephrase the question there? I didn't quite understand. You're saying if it doesn't, if we don't move this position from part-time to full-time, I would imagine it would remain in Parks and Rec.
Yeah, so if I could just chime in, Member Noonan-Camp and Director Hargith, this is, you kind of hit the nail on the head. This is kind of a unique request because we're actually trying to do two things. One is we're trying to move the program from Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf into communications. But number two, we're also trying to enhance the program. And so we even had some internal meetings around what that could look like, such as some specific events related to artists. There's some grants that we're leaving on the table at the state and county level that we want to pursue. There's some other initiatives. There's ideas in terms of having more of a catalog of public art, doing more engagement, creating more of a nexus between economic development and art, safety and art. And so if this were not to pass, we would not be able to do those enhancements. We could still consider, and we would also need a council action to move funding from one department to another. So it's really, we're trying to do two things. We're asking you to move funding for a program, which is only your authority to do, from one department to another, and then we're also asking you to enhance that program.
That's very helpful. Thank you. I support moving the program from Parks to Communications if we think that that's where it fits best. I think there, as the liaison to that commission, I see some areas where that could make sense. I also think that that deserves another conversation and maybe not decided as part of the budget process. So that's one piece of this. I'm open to that conversation. On the staffing increase, I think, actually our communications, our video, that work, I think is very excellent right now in the city. I'm very proud of it. And so when I look at all of the enhancements and the FTE requests that we're receiving tonight, I would maybe see areas where we need to level up a little bit more, especially some of those IT roles, as I'm weighing them against each other, because I think this one's already doing quite well. Of course, I would love for it to be better. But this one is a question mark for me as I look at some of the other maybe more critical natures where we're not doing quite as well as I think we are right now in video.
Yeah, if I could add, to piggyback off of what Deputy City Manager Dodd said, this would really allow, in moving some of those duties over to communications, a lot of that would be absorbed by our staff as well, those enhancements. So not just moving, the existing duties of the CAC liaison to communications, but we would be able to kind of absorb those other duties that Deputy City Manager Dodd mentioned.
Member Wright.
Thank you both. Would this position allow the person to work with someone like Lucia that does the web and the social media and that type of stuff? Because I've had conversations with her, and it surprises me she's the main person that does that. And I was surprised there wasn't an ask for an additional person.
So this position lies in the marketing division, which is what I oversee and was created in 2024. And it would help with the social media ask of it. Lucia's job, we've been kind of reorganizing our division, is really pulling her away from the social media to give her more time to focus on the website, and that is more where her area of expertise is. And as we are expanding with accessibility and compliance with the state law, having really her expertise there, and then being able to centralize our marketing and social media video efforts into the newly created marketing division.
Okay, and that makes sense, actually. Perfect. Okay, thank you so much.
All right. I don't see any further comments. Thank you very much, Director Hargith and Ms. Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Council.
Thank you. Parks and Rec.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christine Underhill, Director of Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf. We'll go through these, get to our enhancements. We'll just cover the strategic plan if it sticks, but we are in the strategic plan in many places. All right, so we have 5 different enhancements. The first one is an aquatics coordinator for Pirates Cove. This is something we asked for last year. Ultimately, this position helps with revenue generation. We bring in over $400,000 annually through our concessions, our gift shop, group rentals, birthday parties, and we've had a part-time person doing that for a while now. So we'd like to make that a full-time position to not only enhance customer service, but again, revenue generation. Some things have gotten lost in the past. A birthday party got missed and we lost that revenue. So ultimately, we'd like to see an aquatics coordinator for Pirates Cove. I think a lot of people think Pirates Cove is a seasonal job, and Brad Anderson and many others can attest it is a year-round position. They do work in the off-season, booking rentals and parties and inventory and all that good stuff. So for the second position we're asking for is an events coordinator. This would be helping Tony Arnaldi with events. We have currently 1.5 FTEs in our events division. We'd like to add another FTE into events. She herself, as well as her part-time person, do a lot of work throughout the year. We are doing events almost 12 months out of the year. Tony does bring in around $80,000 to $90,000 in sponsorships. This person would help in just the logistics of events, coordination with vendors, volunteers, exhibitors, helping with marketing, and also additionally sponsors and new sponsors that could come in. So both those positions are coordinator level at about $78,000. That includes benefits, and $5,000 for IT, so computers or phones. This one's a big one. This would bring us up into the current century, adding an app for our recreation use. This would be on a cell phone. You could register for programs, get updates on your classes. Really, it's all about sustainability, and I don't know about you, I spend more money on my phone than I do anywhere else because it's easy to buy. So if we make registering for programs, checking out schedules much easier for not only the patrons of our recreation centers, but parents that have kids in classes or camps, this would greatly assist with that. So it's a one-time $13,000 for the app, and then a yearly service fee of just under $10,000. We do believe this will help generate additional revenue for our recreation centers and programs. The next item is the library of things for the library. We're slowly growing this program. Right now we have a lot of puzzles, games, different things you can check out. We'd like to expand it with additional $5,000 into this. Adding garden tools, cooking items. We actually are adding some induction cooking as a grant that we received so people can learn how to cook through induction. And so it's $5,000 to do that. This is a one-time or an ongoing, year after year. We like to continue to grow this. We see many libraries within our community, surrounding communities. They have a nice collection of library things. We like to add to it as well. And then summer reading program. Currently, we have $13,000 budgeted for our summer reading program. We have 550 kids to date registered, 144 adults registered for that program. It is growing. It is very popular. We'd like to add another $10,000 into that. That does not include prizes. That would be for performers to come in, additional books that we could purchase, different ways we can expand the summer reading program. We're doing 3 programs a day right now, Monday through Friday, with summer reading, and obviously it's all about literacy and getting kids excited and their parents excited to read. We do not propose any additional revenue or increased cost for Parks Rec Library. But we do in the golf course. So the green fees are going up $2 on the weekdays, weekends, and holidays, they're up $5. And then we have golf cart rentals going up $1 and $2 for that. So I did want to let you know we are working on a financial master plan for the golf course, looking at all capital need, as well as what we currently charge compared to other golf courses in the Front Range. That report will come to you later this summer. From our consultants, so we can project future years out how we address capital and also the fees that we charge at Broken T. Nothing's changed since we brought this to you for the capital projects. This is our Conservation Trust Fund through lottery funds. Open space is through Arapahoe County Open Space. The quarter-cent sales tax is on here. We did receive $1.3 million for this year to continue to invest into our parks and open spaces. Public Improvement Fund, we have 80,000 annually requested for parking lot maintenance. Malley will happen this year. Next year, we're looking at Bellevue and Pirates Cove lots. And then the Capital Improvement Fund has the 4 items, the 2 new items that have been added this year, and I think we'll talk about it at the end of this session here, is the library furniture and the single exit on the south side. And then the golf course fund is ongoing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Member Nunekamp?
Thank you. I'm somewhat surprised not to see a staffing request for the library. Can you share how you think the staffing of the library is now and why we're not seeing a request tonight?
That's a great question. So we're in process of a library strategic plan. We have been converting some part-time positions into full-time. Benefits are included through salary savings. When we have a vacancy, sometimes they stay vacant for a few weeks, up to a month, and so we're able to cover those costs. Once we have this strategic plan done, we may have additional requests for staffing. But until that happens, we're going to review all of the programs and services, how we can expand the library, or where are we supposed to be where we're at right now on the services that we're offering. And so that should be completed towards the end of this year or early next. So it's possible bring a supplemental in early 2025 if there's a dire need for new staffing.
That's helpful. Couple things from me. One, I would like to make a council request for how many days the library has been closed this year due to insufficient staffing. Two, I'm glad you brought up the strategic plan because I think when it comes to summer reading, I would love to pause additional investment in that program until we get the strategic plan back and understand what programs should we be funding and should we put that money towards marketing or something else and kind of understand both what the residents are interested in and what is our competitive advantage to offer for our patrons. And then on the event coordinator role, I've given this feedback to the city manager. I think our city events are fantastic, and I would love to see us invest in kind of fewer flagship events throughout the year versus many kind of smaller tiered events. And so I would really like to see us actually consolidate towards 4th of July, block party, tree lighting, a couple like really high quality ones that we put a lot of time and effort into when that's where we're putting our energy, and fewer kind of the smaller ancillary events. And I think we could do that with the 1.5 we have currently. So that's where I'm at on that.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. Actually, so let's talk about the events because how are we coordinating? I should know the answer to this, but how are we coordinating between the events that DDA is also imagining and what is like a standard city? What's the communication there? I know that Hillary speaks to Tony, but how can you just tell us about that relationship, how that works?
Sure. So actually I met with Hillary today with the DDA, and she has hired an event coordination company to help enhance events on the DDA side. So that group is working closely with our events team to coordinate what they're going to be doing and what we're offering, so they go cohesively together. But yeah, DDA, any events that happen here at the Civic Center or on Broadway, they are involved in giving feedback on those events, and on occasion they do add some different enhancements to our events.
That's right. Okay, thanks for that. I'm a big supporter of the creation of the app. I just need to understand a little bit more details. So the software is falling under the Parks and Rec budget?
Yes. For the first year, and then I believe it goes to IT after.
And then afterwards, the renewal goes to IT. Who is managing the application? Is it going to be, or in terms of like communication, is that going to be something that falls under Chris Hargit's team and Vanessa? Is that what we're seeing there?
So they'll be helping market once the app comes into play. Ultimately, it's our vendor that all registration goes through. So if you register for a class, that app is created by them.
Yeah, and that's kind of to my point, because the item that was brought up as the enhancement on the communication side, I might be able to get there a little bit quicker if I understand how the creation and the marketing of the app may be able to, with that new position, would be able to enhance this aspect of it. So if there is some sort of, if they are working in tandem, then I like to understand that aspect of it. So I don't think there was anything else on these items. So yeah, those are my comments on that.
Okay.
I see, Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I hear great things about the library and if there is staffing issues and stuff. I don't think they show it all the time. They work great with what they have quite often. Whoever's pitcher for this app needs to check their email. So just lighter note. I love the apps. I work off apps all the time. I think it's a fantastic idea. On the event coordinator and the aquatics coordinator, is this salary? It says yes, but I want to clarify, because everyone else we've seen with salaries and everything else, it was a salary, and then it says under it, their benefits, then the salary. So I want to confirm that this was the salary plus including their benefits,
That
correct?
is correct, yes.
Because it just seems on the low end compared to everything else we see. I could understand almost the aquatics coordinator to degree. It just, I don't know. I know we're trying to pinch things, but it just, I don't know, it just seemed on the lower end compared to everything else we're looking at with everybody's acts.
I'll make
So-
a note that coordinator positions are typically entry-level positions into the Parks and Recreation field. It goes programmer coordinator, and then you'll go up to supervisor manager and beyond. So it is
including events coordinator, because you're herding cats there, so it just kind of, it's, I've been to some of those events, so it just, okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on now.
Evening, Mayor.
Hey, what's going on, Deputy
Members of
Chief?
Council, Vance Fender, Deputy Chief. I will just skip to our two enhancements, and we'll talk about those real quick. Our enhancement number one that we're asking for at the police department is to add the yearly cost of flock safety into our professional services line item. It's about $33,500. We paid for the first year through forfeiture funds, and so we're requesting to have that put into our budget to sustain that program for further years. The second enhancement that we're asking for is a business support analyst, which is kind of an odd title for a police department, but what it essentially is, it would be a member of our civilian professional group that would perform many of the administrative duties that command staff performs right now, such as supporting staff, assisting with our UKG, our time programs, our time cards, budgetary issues, really helping us a lot more with some of the budget, assisting with the council communications, some of the purchasing and doing purchase orders, really just general customer service. Right now we only have one person that does most of this stuff in the police department, our executive assistant, Marlene Lammers, who many of you have met. And so it would be a backup for our executive assistant, and then just help us with a lot of the functions that we sometimes don't have the expertise to do. Those are our two enhancements. We don't have any new revenue proposals, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Member Wright.
Thank you. Can you explain to me what flock safety is?
We've had flock safety in place for about the past year. It's a series of cameras throughout the city that are real-time license plate readers, and the officers can get proactive real-time information on a variety of events. They can get stolen vehicles, wanted subjects, things of that nature. It's also a investigative tool. We can go back and look for not only license plates that have passed the readers, but also just different make, models, and colors of cars if we're looking for suspect information after the fact.
Okay, so this is a really important tool then.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you have a guesstimate on how many stolen cars this has helped retrieve or locate in the past year?
I'm definitely not prepared to answer that. I can tell you, without real data in front of me, we have made a very big leap in finding stolen cars, in arresting people in stolen cars, much more than we have before we had those cameras.
Okay, and possible suspects in other crimes just based on their
Shootings,
license wanted?
stabbings,
Okay.
all kinds of different crimes, yes.
That's what I needed. So this is an important tool in your arsenal.
We believe that that technology is essential for us, yes.
Fantastic. That's what I needed. Thank you so much.
Deputy Chief, the BSA role, how would that help the, our sworn officers that are out on the field?
Yeah, the support analyst. Yeah, I think that that role would help us because it would take a lot of the time that we're spending, for example, command staff, me in particular, in overseeing the 3 divisions right now. It would allow me to be more hands-on with those division chiefs and help those division chiefs do their jobs, in addition to maybe having a little bit more expertise in some of those areas that I might not have.
Mayor, if I could put a
Sure.
finer point that perhaps Deputy Chief isn't saying, he's spending hours every week on council requests. And that really is the job of a, more of a business support analyst, because a lot of them are very technical questions that require a lot of research and analysis.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you, Deputy Chief. I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe Victor's up.
Hello, Victor.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. All right, I will jump forward to our enhancement requests. We have 6. Maybe. All right, so first up, we're requesting a street maintenance sign truck. So our current sign truck is over 20 years old and is not set up for placing traffic control materials down, signs. It's very inefficient driven down the road, so it does present an efficiency challenge as well as a potential safety challenge for staff as we set up traffic control when we're doing work within the community. It is a one-time cost, estimated at $50,000. Our next request is a single-axle semi-tractor truck. Our current trucks are tandem axle and will not fit down alleys. So we're not currently using our milling machine, and our existing tractor trailer was used to tow the milling machine. So we currently do not have one. The proposed truck would allow us to do more day-to-day operations in tight spaces where we can't get our tandem axle trucks within alleys, say smaller parking lots. We don't have any issues necessarily on local roadways, but we do have some areas that are unimproved, and it's very difficult to get in there with anything larger than, say, like an F-150 pickup truck. Enhancement number 3 is to refurbish our existing patch truck. So we use this truck for patching. This is a 2011 patch truck. As you can see from the photos, it is not in the best shape. We purchased it used. It needs pretty much an overhaul. We have looked at replacing it outright. We do think we got a couple of years more life out of it, and we could refurbish it for $50,000 and get somewhere between hopefully 2 to maybe 5 years out of it, including a new hopper, which will make it operate a little safe and a little more reliably for our staff out in the field as they continue to patch roadway damage. Next up is cartograph for signals. This is a plug-in to an existing software. We're currently using the cartograph software. This allows for tracking of the traffic signal work and asset management within that software to get away from using spreadsheets and paper documents and really modernize and plug into the GIS setup that we already have in place, pulling our traffic signals into that technology. And that's an ongoing fee of $42,000, and we're coordinating with IT as ongoing costs are typically housed within the IT budget. Number 5, cartograph locates. So we do locates for traffic signals in the right-of-way through the 811 ticket. So if someone is going to do work within our right-of-way, they'll call in an 811 ticket. That gets routed currently to our traffic signal operations team, who is utilizing a third-party software and company to do those locates. So we're looking to bring that in-house, and again, leveraging the software we already have by adding on to it the 811 utility locate package. and that is an ongoing fee of $12,000. And last is a pipe inspection trailer. Public Works is looking for this to help inspect our pipes on an ongoing basis. We're currently paying consultants approximately $2 per foot for inspections. We do have what's called a push camera, but it is very limited in what we can do with that. This trailer will allow us to scope our own pipes, inspect our own pipes, and stay on top of things as we move forward. You're probably aware we did inspect the north half of the city last year. We're inspecting the south half of the city this year. Moving forward with that as our baseline, the intent is to use this trailer to stay on top of our stormwater system. Yeah, and I apologize. I'd have to look up the cost of those contracts. I believe they're in the $250,000 to $300,000 range. As far as the revenue proposal, we do have two revenue proposals there. The first is a stormwater maintenance fee. This is consistent with our previous presentation that we joined with Director Van Rye, Utilities and SPR, where we talked about making sure our fees were in line with our surrounding communities. For stormwater, we are looking at a 5% increase, just a little bit over $1, with that estimating to bring in $175,000 revenue. We're also looking at adding a new street cut fee, so this would be for development coming in. Again, having development pay their own way when they cut the street, there are long-term implications there. You introduce a cut, which is a weak point in our infrastructure, and so looking to recoup that, knowing that somewhere down the line, we're going to have to get back in there and either resurface or pave. And of course, they patch and do everything to our details, but that does weaken the street once you cut it. As far as our public improvement fund, two changes just to mention real quick. Line 1, that department was changed from communications to public works, the public art crosswalks. And then if you go down to line 4, walk and wheel implementation based on guidance we got from ETAC as well as P&Z was moved to a tier 1. And no other changes than that. And here on the capital improvement fund, line 6, backup generators was moved to a tier 1 as well based on conversations and guidance. No changes in SURF. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Member Noonan-Kemp.
Thank you for the presentation. The patch truck is year 2011. What year did we purchase it?
I'd have to get the exact date for you. We did purchase it used. I believe we've had it over 2 years.
Okay, I think it's been since I've been on council, so semi-recently, and I'm disappointed to see that we already need to be doing this level of repair. And I'm just wondering how we're calculating that into purchasing new versus used going forward.
Yeah, we are looking at the our standard implementation cost for repairs. Once we cross a certain threshold, then we really start to evaluate purchase of a new vehicle and getting it into the SURF, the City of Inglewood Replacement Fund.
Okay.
So we're teetering right on the cusp of that dollar amount.
Were we anticipating this level of repair when we purchased it 2 years ago?
Having not been here, I would say no. We were probably hopeful it would last much longer, which when you buy a piece of used equipment, that's generally the goal, is to stretch those dollars further. I will say that the team has been using it heavily last year and this year, which may have contributed to some of the accelerated repairs.
Great, thank you.
Member Ward.
I share Councilwoman Noonan-Kemp's concern. My other question is, these enhancement requests seem to differ significantly from the enhancement requests of other departments in that many of them seem like they would be classified as capital expenses or typically covered under SURF. We have a couple of pretty sizable vehicle expenses here. Why are they not included in the SURF fund as opposed to being requested as service enhancements?
The purchase of the new vehicle for the single axle truck, we would put that unit into SURF once purchased. But it's a department expense up front and then it moves into SURF. Typically, if we were replacing an existing vehicle, then it would be more coming through the SURF. We would have SURF funds we could already pull and send something to auction, which is not the case. Now, if we were to replace the patch truck, we would look to do something like that where we send it to auction, and if there's SURF funds set aside for it, we would access those.
And are these included in the department's capital request, or are they being separate from the department's capital request? Because that's the second fork of my question. These seem like they're not personnel enhancements or programmatic enhancements so much as they are actual requests to purchase equipment, which would typically be classified as capital.
Yeah, at this time, they're just being looked at as enhancements since they're not in the budget, but your point noted.
Thank you.
Member Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Victor. If we were to replace the patch truck, any idea what the cost would be of replacement of it?
I don't know off the top of my head. One of the challenges that we have are the timeframes. I'll use the VAC truck as an example. So council approved replacement of our Vector truck, which we use for cleaning stormwater. We don't anticipate, based on the vendor, we've reached out to them multiple times and continue to apply some pressure and desire to receive that unit early. It looks like it's going to be late Q1 of 2025 before we receive that vehicle. So they're running about a year to a year and a half to make these types of vehicles and get them into service.
And it's supply chain issue still?
I think it's a demand issue and building them to specifications.
Okay. And I will say the pipe inspection trailer, knowing somebody very close to me that inspects pipes and has a camera, the amount of money that the city will save over the years, I wholeheartedly support that, because it's just not the storm drains, it's any of the drains or pipes the city can inspect. And I'm fully supporting if you have technicians that are properly trained on reading, the video of that and using those cameras correctly. Before long, you might have a jetter and cleaning them yourselves. So I'm all for it. So I support it 100%. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. And our vac truck does have a jetter on it. So.
Oh, there you go. So.
Member Prang?
Thank you for the presentation. Largely, these asks make a lot of sense to me, and I do definitely appreciate the software upgrades so that we're not tracking things in spreadsheets. So thank you for bringing that forward, especially related to something as important as our traffic stops. I'm not as convinced on the semi-tractor upgrade piece of it. Did I hear you say that there were some improvements that were delayed or that we're not getting to because we don't have a truck that can fit into small spaces? Convince me a little bit more on the
Sure.
need for this particular vehicle and, similar to some other council members, questions about the longevity and use of these vehicles, kind of the bang for the buck that we'll get out of this purchase.
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So the intent with this vehicle is to service alleys as well as be a backup for things like snow plowing when necessary. It also allows the team to be more efficient. A great example, last Friday, we got a call about an illegal dumping in an alley. It took 3 truckloads to get it out of there. Whereas if we had a vehicle like this, we could get it in 1 truckload, so we're not going back and forth a ton. It allows the team to be more efficient. It allows us to have another vehicle on the roadway during times of emergency where you need extra capacity to serve the community, whether, again, it's snow plowing, debris removal, and things of that nature.
And if we're using it daily, heavy usage, then how do we make sure that we're not running into issues 2 years later, similar to other purchases that we've done so much wear and tear on this vehicle? It's sounding like we're using other types of smaller vehicles to do bigger jobs that this could do.
That's fair.
But it's also sounding like, daily potentially we could be using this vehicle, so.
Yeah, I would say multiple times a week, if not daily, we would be using the vehicle. Routine maintenance is key. And we do have a new fleet supervisor starting next Monday on the 1st. And making sure that we're maintaining these vehicles and that we're using them regularly. The patch truck did sit for a little while a number of years ago, which does not help. Vehicles need to move in order to keep them viable and keep things like hoses from rotting, keep fluids moving, and things of that nature.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And I thank you for the presentation. And in all fairness, the patch truck was used before you were here, and it was fairly old. And probably there were problems with it shortly after they got it. That's my feeling. I think, so this smaller truck is, it'll be new, correct?
Correct.
And how long do we normally keep vehicles like that? I mean, it should last longer than a pickup truck even, correct?
It should, yeah. Usually we calculate the lifespan somewhere, from a surf replacement cost and that 5 to 10 year window, depending on the usage. They don't get as heavily used in the replacement as quickly as, say, a police vehicle. And they're specialized. So they do typically last longer as they are heavy duty and meant for that type of work.
So are all of these enhancements they would come out of your general fund budget, and then they would be placed in SURF for the replacement of the vehicle?
For the vehicle, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Director, just a question regarding Cartograph. So we're not using that program today, correct?
We are using that program today.
Okay.
We're just not using it for traffic signals or the 811 ticket.
Okay, but we are using it for asset management?
Well, we do have it in place for stormwater. We are collaborating with our inspections and we're importing that data into our system, as well as facilities maintenance that is being evaluated and stood up this year and data being input. We're also collaborating with parks for maintenance on parks, maintenance and facilities.
Okay.
And we do have signs and markings are in there as well.
Okay, so we're using it, but aren't we using a separate asset management for utilities as well?
I'd have to defer to
And I
Director
could get to
Van
that.
Ryn
I could ask that question when Director Van Ryn comes up. So I just was curious about the overlap and whether or not it made sense to just choose one over the other. So that was, I guess I could get more clarity when Director Van Ryn shows up. But okay, makes sense. Member Ward, your light's still on, but I'm guessing that you already answered it, right? Asked. Okay. All right, Director. I think we're good. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Director Van Ryn.
Thank you.
Good thing we're under schedule here, huh?
We are. As I understand it, I have some extra time.
All right. Thank you, Director Van Ryn.
Thank you,
list of
Mayor and
enhancements.
Council.
Go ahead.
I will jump through these quickly in the interest of time and get to essentially our enhancements that we see in the Water and Sewer Fund. Okay, so in the Water Fund, so a couple enhancements that we anticipate for this year. We are on the 5-year cycle of master plans. So we did our first master plans. We started them in 2019, completed them and adopted them in early 2020. And so typically with master plans, what you want to do is utilize them for a 5-year period and then do a complete reevaluation of a master plan at a 5-year mark and do that on 5-year intervals. And so we're anticipating $250,000 to update that water master plan. If you look at the master plan from 2020 compared to where we are today, we have evolved substantially from where we thought we were going to start to where we actually ended up in a sustainable utility approach. And so this would be taking that in-house knowledge and incorporating a lot of that in-house knowledge into a much more informed master plan than what we did 5 years ago, which was bring in a consultant to help us get a baseline of a triage of where we're at at that point in time. So that's our first enhancement request. The second one is on water resources legal. So we have an annual request for our outside legal counsel for water rights, and this year we are our outside counsel for 2025 is anticipating 3 potential trials that would cause us to need additional resources during those trial dates. So I just talked about master plans. So in the legal, because there's that heavy trial schedule, they're anticipating up to 28 days of trial compared to 5 days in 2024. So we don't necessarily want to budget for the full 28 days because that's an additional, that's several $100,000 of additional budget request, but we think we should budget for some of those going to trial. So what we typically do in water rights cases that we're in is we try to settle and we try to stipulate out of those cases before it gets to trial. These are the 3 that they think have a higher likelihood of going to trial next year. And so we are anticipating that some of that will be used. We put in a number of about 80,000. It could be higher than that, it could be lower than that. We just don't want to we don't want to over budget for it, but we also want to acknowledge that it's possible. So as moving into revenue proposals, we are anticipating a request for water rates at 4.5%, which is consistent with what we've shown in our long-term financial plan. The water connection fee will move up 3.72, which is tied directly to the ENR cost index. And then our capital investment fee, if you recall, that goes up $1 every other year according to our financial plan. So this is the year that it goes up by $1, so it moved from 16 to 17. And as we talked in April, we are proposing a drinking water loan fee, which generates revenue to assist with the approximately $1.8 million a year of debt service requirement that comes with that $40 million of drinking water fund loan. And if you remember that $40 million has within it $10 million of principal forgiveness. All of these are the same as what I presented to you back in April when we were talking about the capital program and how we were going to fund it. And if you remember the graph with the buildup of the revenue sources and how we were going to make sure that our needs were matched by the revenue sources, that this is all consistent with that graphic. Our capital program, what you see in red there is essentially projects that were programmed but have been are just taking longer to get implemented. So you can see there at the Allen Water Treatment Plant and the Denver Water Interconnect, we just anticipated more money being spent in 2024 than is going to actually occur. And so it's still a critical project. It's currently we're working with Denver Water from a review perspective. They also have a large plant that's south of town that they are taking down for, I believe it's 6 or 9 months. And they've said, we can't do any construction while that plant is down. And so that delays our implementation of this project by about 6 or 9 months. You can see at the bottom is the total WIFIA funded program projects over the next 5 years, which totals about 30.7 million. And then basically the changes here are just to the summary of totals, which is total projects for the 5 years, 56 million. And then we add the lead program and we end up at 86 million. That's the water fund.
Any questions on the water fund? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So would you remind me again, I mean, originally, we thought that it wasn't going to cost anything for the lead replacement, and why we're having to do the $5 fee?
So originally, we didn't fund it. So when you look back at the first financial models way back in 2020, we had acknowledged in there that we anticipated upwards of $80 million for the lead program. And we funded it at $1 million a year because that's what was sustainable at that point in time, because we didn't know how we were going to fund that essentially $75 million gap. In the meantime, we have worked diligently to secure $100 million in federal and state funding over the last 4 years. And so as we've put together and packaged that debt with the revenue sources, the revenue that we gain from the existing fees and then those proposed rate increases that we established in 2020 and then the ongoing rate increases, this is the last piece of it that allows it all to lock together so that we can execute the entire lead program in a 2-year period, as opposed to what was contemplated in 2020 would be potentially a 20-year period. And so we didn't fund it because we didn't know what we were going to get from a federal funding or a state funding perspective. Now that we've put all that together, this is the last piece of that locks it all together. And we anticipate, if you recall in that curve that I showed a few months back where I showed how we build things up, we still have a funding gap that we know we have to figure out how we're going to fix, but we think we can push the effects of that funding gap out until about 2030 to 2031 timeframe, which gives us time to figure out how we're going to fix that long-term sustainable gap. So in essence, it wasn't funded before. We figured out how to fund it with a lot of federal money, and then this is the small fee granted, any fee's a fee on the bill, but in the end, by getting to $5, we think that actually is pretty remarkably small for what we got for funding.
Okay, and I appreciate that. If the water tastes better, the people will be happy. If it doesn't, they won't be. And will this go on forever, or is it just a fee for a short time until?
So the way we have it modeled is we have that drinking water revolving fund loan fee as a 30-year fee, because that's the debt service on the drinking water fund. So we have it tied directly to the timing of that loan, which is 30 years. What someone does 20 years from now is a completely different story, but right now it's programmed that way.
Okay, so, and it'll be $5 for 30 years.
We are not anticipating increasing that fee.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Member Wright?
Thank you. We could possibly get additional grants, though, that could pay this down sooner so that Sean's like, here she goes. No, he's reading my mind. While the mayor's writing a grant for a grant writer, he could write the grants to offset all this. But if we received grants for the lead line, additional grants, we could possibly chip down at this since there's more and more grants becoming available, correct?
Yeah, so we aggressively chase grants and low interest loan federal funding, which is what we've done since 2020. The $10 million of principal forgiveness that came as part of the drinking water, the bipartisan infrastructure law money, that is the max of what they are issuing. Is the max any entity can get is 10 million. We got the max based on our proposed request, which maxed out that grant opportunity. If there's more federal funding put towards infrastructure, we are poised to go after it. We're poised to actually be positioned better because we are set up through WIFIA. Our WIFIA work actually positioned us to be much more efficient and streamlined as we went after that bipartisan infrastructure money, because we had already worked through the federal system as it relates to federal funding. And so I'm hopeful that there's more money that comes from the federal level to help address longer term lack of investment in infrastructure. We've maximized it so far. If we get more, that just makes it easier for us to become sustainable long-term.
And I've had a lot of long discussions with you and your team, and the foundation and what you have done is just awesome. And I don't think people understand all the work that's had to take place, so thank you. The other question, when we're looking at the fees and the rates going up, and I don't think people completely understand because they just see, you know, all of this going up and stuff. How much is a water connection fee? Because they're thinking, oh no, that's going up, but that is a new build, isn't it? This water connection
Yes.
fee?
Yes, so the water connection fee is a new connection to the water system.
Okay.
And we established those connection fees 4 years ago, or 3 years ago. We adopted new ones. And if you recall in that, we added a water resources fee because up until about 3 years ago, developers were getting free access to our $500 million water portfolio and weren't paying their fair share of buying into that investment that the community made back in the 50s. And so that's why there's a $17,000 water resources fee, so that when you tap into that system, you're not getting it for free. You're not getting it for free on the backs of everybody in the city who paid for that investment over the last 7 decades.
Yeah, because I think we probably would have been the only city that wasn't charging then.
It depends on,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay,
Depends
so is a water resource fee and a water connection fee two different things then?
Within the water connection fee is the water resources fee. In our connection fees, we have a water resources fee. We have a water resources component of the water connection fee, a water system component of the connection fee, and then we have a sewer connection fee, which is part of the sewer fund. So when we talk about a water connection fee, we talk about those two components in that water connection fee.
Okay, and all of that totals the 17,000.
No, well, actually, all three of them total, I believe it's around 23,000 right now for a new connection to the systems.
Okay.
Which, when you look at it from a comparable in the Front Range, we're actually reasonably affordable. We're not the lowest, but we're definitely not the highest by far.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for all of it.
All right, I think moving on to the next item, Director.
Okay, let me get back to the sewer fund. The main thing on the sewer fund is we're going to update that master plan as well. It's a smaller system, so we anticipate it being less intensive. You can see what I talked about every 5 years. So we'll do these together. It'll be a joint project, and the total project cost will be about $375, which we think is about appropriate for the level of master planning that we're going to do in this next round. The sewer fund, you can see 4.5% is consistent with our long-term financial plans. If you recall, a couple years ago, we did a lot of work to change the outside city rate versus the inside city rate, and you can see how that translates. Our inside city sewer rates are still substantially less costly than our outside city, because we made that effort to ensure that we were charging the outside users the intrinsic value of us holding the liability for South Platte Renew as a city, and them being just connection customers. And so we went through that whole modeling process, and you can see it resulted in about a $1.50 change between the inside and outside rates. And then same thing with the connection fees. We use the same connection escalator with ENR's cost index. Capital funds, the main changes here are the SPR CIP. I'm going to talk about SPR in a little bit here, and that's it for the sewer fund.
Any questions from council? All right, South Platte Renew.
Okay, we'll move on to South Platte Renew. You know the service area. This is our vision, mission, values. We're going to talk about this in August at length at our joint councils meeting. So this is a preview of a lot of what you'll see in those proposals. So Our enhancement request summary, we are requesting 2 FTEs this year, change in some one-time in professional services, we'll talk about that, and then some ongoing software and hardware maintenance. So the 2 additional FTEs, so for some background, when I started in 2018, South Platte Renew had a total FTE count of 88.75. About a year and a half into that, I felt like we were overstaffed by 2.75, so we reduced down to 86. And as we have built out our operations staff and specifically our pilot and research center approach to tackling these longer term problems, we believe that this is the year to add back in 2 employees, one as an operator to further support our operations staffing levels, because we've run pretty lean on that. And I think we're at the point now where they've convinced me enough that we should probably have a little bit more there. And then in the park engineering tech support, this is actually, I know we talked earlier about funding a grant writer. That's actually part of what this position is intended to do for South Platte Renew, to help us go after those grants and those partnerships that have really actually paid dividends thus far in helping to guide our master plan results that we just rolled out, or that were just finalized about a month ago or 2 months ago. And so we're finding that is gaining traction. And it's just, when you get a grant, there's a lot of compliance to staying in compliance with those grants. And we're finding that some additional tech support. So we feel it's not a grant writer specifically, but it's somehow incorporated into Park as an engineering technical writing support. So there's got to be some engineering capability to support Park, but someone who actually is a really good writer, and putting those 2 together. So those are 2 personnel additions that we're requesting this year. We think that that'll get us to 88 FTEs, which is still lower than when I first started, but I think it seems to fit right based on the programmatic approach that we've taken on some of these major initiatives. Professional services. So this was where the question came from an asset management perspective. So Cartograph is a very good topside linear asset management program. That's actually how it was originally designed. It was originally designed as a pavement management system, and then it's expanded into asset management. The challenge with Cartograph is it doesn't work as well for plant processes and vertical plant systems. And so we have gone through an extensive process to figure out what asset management program we think best fits the needs from a plant perspective. Because if you think about South Platte Renew, there's 28 buildings out there. There's $500 million worth of plant assets on site, and it's a non-linear asset management program. So we are finalizing. We're in the process right now. We're down to 2. We think we have the one that makes the most sense. It's actually consistent with the program that Metro Water Recovery just rolled out. And so we've been talking to them about their experiences with it. And we think it gets us more of what we need long term. Our existing asset management program was really good at collecting data, but not turning that data into anything useful. And so we have all kinds of data, but we never really did anything useful with it. And so that's the reason for that change. The second is data management and architecture. So not only do you have the asset management side of this, but we collect an awful lot of data from samples, from probes and control system. There's all kinds of data in how the system operates that we are working as to how that data informs how the plant operates, informs the technical or the physical assets. And so that's what that program is. And then cybersecurity. Back in May, I sent our 2 EI&C managers
one for water, one for South Platte Renew, down to a workshop that was put on by Marathon Oil in the oil industry. And they brought in Idaho National Laboratory from a cybersecurity standpoint, and they both came back and said, we need to do some work on a cybersecurity perspective to protect the PLCs and the HMI and the SCADA systems within the plant, because that's really where the attacks are starting to ramp up. And so this is to get us that framework from an industrial cybersecurity standpoint to make sure that the plant doesn't get compromised. And then finally, this is the software to support that ongoing when we pick those new softwares. All of our revenue comes to the two enterprise funds from the two cities. We incorporated the results of the SPR master plan, which just rolled out, and that's where the totals have changed. And if you recall, when I presented this back in April, I said, just pay attention to the bottom number, which is a grand total at 5 years. And I said that should be around 80 million. We came in at 82.341. And we think that this is much more informed than the 2019 master plan that was done, because again, that was done by an outside consultant saying, here's what we think you should do. We've built up in-house engineering and operations capability, and that's come from our staff, less consultant, more our own expertise, and we think it's a much more informed plan. I think that's it.
Thank you, Director. So it sounds like the asset management systems that are needed on your side versus Public Works are separate and need to stay separate.
Yeah, every city I've been at, there's been this like, well, should we just use one program across the city or not? And when I was actually at Aurora, we had 3 different asset management programs, and it really comes down to linear assets versus plant assets, which is where the struggle becomes. And like I said, Cartograph it started as a pavement management software, and it's a really good topside linear asset management program, which is why I think, Director Rochelle uses it, and it's very effective. It doesn't work well for plants. Okay. And then you get into the mix of for the water utility, we have both. We have plant assets, but we also have linear assets. And so that's where we're staying consistent, because the plant assets in our mind are the more critical and more, they change more often, they get replaced more often, they have life cycles that are different than pipes underground.
Okay. Thank you, Director. I don't think I see any further questions.
All right.
I think that might be the end. Thank you, Director.
I think so.
No,
Thank
we're
you.
good.
Let me leave before.
So we completely underestimated the time that we needed for this, so I should have stayed with my hunch. And
I'm just going to be very, very quick.
All right, so next steps.
So basically, this next section, as well as our attachments regarding the capital requests of the Public Improvement Fund and the Capital Projects Fund, is for your reference. Staff will come back to you in August, and we'll incorporate the feedback and the ranking scores from Planning and Zoning, Budget Advisory Committee, our internal Capital Review Committee, as well as the information provided by the memos of the boards and commissions and committees that were part of our capital request review. And we'll incorporate that information with our recommendation list that we'll provide you back or in August. So with that, we're done.
Ms. Nolan, thank you very much. Member Noonkamp.
I could just make a quick request. As you talk about incorporating the rankings, on the white and green tables that we have in our decks, we include under priority the tiers that staff as the directors assign to the projects. I would love to see the rankings in that table as well. Sometimes I think it's like in a separate spreadsheet. It's a little bit confusing. I'd love to see it integrated so we have all of the information in one place if that's possible.
Okay, we'll do it. Thanks.
Any further comments? And with that, thank you very much to all the directors for presenting tonight, for all the information and taking us through all the requests. Really appreciate it. And with that, everyone, I think we'll take a 10-minute break It's 9:08. If we could be back here at 9:18 to pick up the second half of the agenda, which I expect to be very long as well. So, thanks. it is. All right, can you hear me? All right, we have 7 council members seated, so we may as well just go ahead and get started. Director under here, we got a long topic coming up, so the go bond. So if you want to kick us off.
I sure will. I'm Christina Hill, Director of Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf. We have Brad Anderson, Deputy Director, and Adrian Torres, Open Space Manager, all here to answer questions. So we'll go through what tonight's going to look like. That's just an overview on the top there of first reading for the ballot language will be on July 22nd if we choose to move forward. And then second reading will be on August 5th. Tonight we're going to review the council survey results. So council members completed this survey June 10th through the 13th. Thank you for doing that. It helped us see how you would prioritize these projects. We also need to know if we want to move this to the ballot, and if so, what the dollar amount will be. So I'm just going to go through the survey findings at each location so you can see. I'll walk you through these. So the Recreation Center, on the far right, you'll see that there was a question on the survey if council members were interested in actually putting this on the ballot, each of the projects there, as well as the ranking. So it was ranked 1 through 5. And then you'll see the dollar amounts under the ranking. If a council member ranked it a 3, or if it ranked 3 or 3.5 or 4, collectively, all of you together, then we put the dollar amount in there. I do want to call out, so the Building Expansion Fund is in correlation with the locker room renovation, the surf simulator, as well as the hot tub that could be added into the Recreation Center. If we want to do everything on the list on the left, the total cost is at $10.455 million. If you want to narrow it down and not do the surf simulator, the building expansion costs will be reduced because we don't have to expand that side of the building. But like the hot tub, we would still do an expansion to fit that into the aquatics area. Same thing with the locker rooms as well. There's going to be some major changes to how those locker rooms look and function. So ultimately, the pavilion in the back, I just want to call out, it's highlighted because there was 4 yeses to move it to the ballot. However, we want to make sure we have funding. You'll see this happen quite a few times where if we put it on, we want to make sure we have $250,000 to move it forward and actually complete the project. Pirates Cove Water Park, there was a few items on here that we had 2 ties, so the mat racer and the lounge pool. I do want to call out the lounge pool and the tube slides go somewhat hand in hand. Those 2 elements would be replacing the large competition pool on the east end of the park, whereas the mat racer is on the north side of Pirates Cove. So if that weren't to happen, there's no disturbing of Pirates Cove, and we'd have the park that we have today, potentially with the tube slides, lounge pool, and additional pavilions. The pavilions, we would bring in some revenue with those. I do want to call out, there's a tie on a couple of these. So council will need to make a decision if you want to put this as part of the ballot for Pirates Cove. So do you want to have a mat racer? Do you want to have the pavilions, the lounge pool, all of that, or do you not? And then that will reduce the overall cost of the improvements.
Director under here, could you repeat that? Which were contingent on one going in?
So the lounge pool and
Okay.
the mat, the tube slides.
So if you do one, you're doing both.
We would do both.
Okay.
So if you don't want to do the mat racer, the lounge pool and tube slides would go together. It'd be hard not to do lounge pool. As we've discussed before, at Pirates Cove, the competition pool, if you ever look at a satellite photo during season, everybody's on the west end of the pool because that's where you can stand. And that's why we've proposed a lounge pool, because people like to stand and soak and hang out versus lap swim and other things.
Director under, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. Can you describe how big the lounge pool is and how deep? I'm having trouble. I don't know what a lounge pool is.
Sure, lounge pool, the depth would probably be about 3.5 feet deep. It'd be a 0 depth entry pool, kind of like what the leisure pool is right now, but there wouldn't be a play structure in it. We would look to put like a cascading waterfall in that area. The square feet of it would probably, right now, if you look at the shallow end of the pool, there's a bather capacity there about 78 people. The bather capacity of the lounge pool would be very similar to about 78 people as well. So it'd be equal to the same amount of people that use the shallow end of the pool right now.
And then the tube slides drop into that lounge pool?
No, they'll be totally separate. In fact,
the picture's a little misleading on that one. The slides would be a run-out slide, so there's no depth or it doesn't go into a catch bowl, kind of like the big slides do right now. So it'd just be a run-out slide is what it'd be, both of them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, go ahead, Director.
All right, moving on to Miller Field. This was popular. We got every element had a yes. I do want to call out the splash pad. That's a cost of $850,000 to add a splash pad into Miller Field. If we were to want to put this on a ballot for Miller Field and the expectation is to add a splash pad, we want to ensure there's $850,000 budgeted for that. Otherwise, you would reduce it by $850,000 if you do not want to move forward with a splash pad.
Thank you. Where's the nearest splash pad to Miller Field? Right here?
The Civic Center would be considered the closest splash
So
pad.
that's, what, less than a mile away?
Correct.
Okay, half mile?
Probably half mile.
Okay, thank you.
So Miller Field looks good. Everyone's saying proceed with moving these projects at Miller Field forward. That would transform that park greatly. Now Bellevue, this one's one of the larger parks to renovate. We have many yeses. Actually, I think every project gets yeses moving forward. However, the ranking does change as you move forward. So like the farm improvements, the train depot improvements, landscaping improvements, the large pavilion, those don't have a ranking of 4 or more points. So that's something to consider with Bellevue Park. I do want to call out landscaping improvements. It's update of landscaping. It may include some native, and I'll talk about native when we get to that piece of what Parks is thinking with implementation. Again, the concept drawings that have been circulating on social media and that we've had as part of these presentations are just concept drawings. They will change as we meet with the neighbors and see what they really want to have in their parks. So again, with Bellevue Park, looking at the different elements, we know the farm is in a floodplain now. That's something we have to address. We've had some conversations with the state already regarding FEMA and what can and can't be done. We can't even renovate the farm in the current existing location that it's at. So even if we wanted to renovate it as it stands, we can't do that. We have to move it out of the floodplain if we want to keep it there. With the train, I would recommend we just keep the train there. If we have a flood event coming, we'll get in there and remove the train off the tracks, and hopefully the tracks survive. That's much cheaper than a new train to fix. And so there's going to be some major changes to Bellevue Park. It's something staff have already been talking about. If this were to move forward onto the bond, and the bond would be passed, obviously we'll be working with a large amount of consultants to figure out how to address Bellevue. We know it's a popular park, it's well-loved and has been since the 60s, and we'd love to keep the farm in our system. It's a kind of a shining star of Inglewood in the amenities that we offer on the recreation side. So again, all projects here have yes votes to move forward.
Thank you. Member Wright.
Thank you. Okay, couple questions. The farm improvements, the 5 million, is that to move the farm, or was that slated, that dollar amount, before we found out that it's on a floodplain?
So this dollar amount was just to replace the farm, put a new building in, a prefab type building that could have a classroom in it, a gift shop, better access for education and other things. And now that we know that it's in the FEMA floodway, that dollar amount may go up, but that's why we've been talking to the state. There's various grant options from the federal level, possibly from the state, that could supplement. This project will be a challenge, but we know it's a necessary hill we're going to have to climb to keep that type of amenity in our parks.
Yeah, it's important. Also, the large pavilion, don't we already have a large pavilion there near
Sure,
the
this one's
playgrounds?
not as big. This would be about half the size, and this one also included restrooms as part of the pavilion. So they're attached there. It's about $500,000 for the restrooms and the pavilion together. This was supposed to be close to the farm, as we get a lot of school groups that come out, a lot of daycare groups, larger groups that come out, birthday parties, various things that want to use a close pavilion to the farm.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
And I'll add, like, there are some areas in Bellevue that do not have pavilions that we could put a large pavilion in. So initially, if we were to move the farm up to the parking lot, I don't know if that's what exactly is going to happen. Yeah, we're going to have to use consultants for this. Initially, the large pavilion was supposed to accompany that. If we move the farm up into that parking lot, we may put a restroom as part of the farm, and that large pavilion could go somewhere else. It could be rentable space for patrons during the summer months in spring and fall.
And then conceivably, what used to be the farm could become a new pavilion, so.
It probably can't because of FEMA. We can't put any, this is something we're working through right now. It would have to go out of the FEMA floodplain. It could be a nice area where we could do like a native demonstration garden, something that if a flood were to occur, we wouldn't have massive loss of a structure or other amenities. So we've been playing with different ideas of what the farm could become, whether it just be re-landscaped, so it's a nice green space for people to picnic at or hang out, or it could turn into a community garden and native plant garden. There's options.
A bathroom. Okay, thank you.
Member Prang, did you, no?
My apologies. I think my question was answered, but regardless of where the large pavilion goes, it is rentable, correct?
Correct. It'd be a
Okay.
revenue
So it's
generator
okay,
over time.
thank you.
Director, just a quick question. Why are some highlighted in yellow and others aren't? When it
So
sounds like
these
everything
were-
will be going onto ballot.
It was due to the ranking of, it got less than 4 points technically, but yet it was slated to potentially move to the ballot. So I was just calling those out. If there's a slide later that shows your rankings up to 4 points, we'll call it. And so if you said, let's just go with everything that's ranked 4 or better, these items would not make it onto the ballot per se, but council wants them to move to ballot
I see.
per this. So that's why that's highlighted.
Got it. Thank you, Director.
All right, moving over to neighborhood parks. So Bard Park, the 2 items that, all of these were to move to ballots for Bard. So the nature playground, rank 3, and the landscape improvements, rank 3. The pathways and bridge, we definitely like the fact to move forward with those to make them accessible to the school across the street there. So this is where, again, we have yes votes, but they rank 3 on points. So if we were to move with 4 or better, these items wouldn't be funded technically. Clarkson Amherst Park, the pump track was eliminated based off of only getting a single vote or a single point for that. It was a tie vote for moving it to the ballot or not. The nature playground came through as a yes, but again, it was rank 3. So if you were to move with 3.5 or better, we wouldn't have the funding to do that playground. So hopefully this is making sense on how this all lays out. Cushing Park, same thing. Dog Park got a ranking of 3 with a yes move to the ballot. Same thing with landscape improvements, we're 2.5, but yes vote to move to the ballot. Any questions on these 3?
No, it's making sense.
Okay. And then we move into Emerson. This only ranked 1 with 4 no votes to move it to the ballot and 2 yes. So at this point, from a park standpoint, we would recommend moving this, at least doing the irrigation there, which is a separate line item technically for Emerson. Emerson Park has a very, very old system. In fact, most of our irrigation systems, Adrian did some background work, and they were 47 years old for the average for these 10 parks. Most irrigation systems should not last past 20 years without a full overhaul. And so Emerson Park, all of these, we need new irrigation systems no matter what else happens. So irrigation did rank high, so we'll talk about that. Rotolo Park is another one. Restroom was a yes, but landscaping improvements was a no. I do want to highlight with native plants, the goal is to look at underused areas. And like I said, the concept drawings in Rotolo is an unfortunate conceptual drawing because it shows a lot of native area and spaces that we know people do play. They like the hillside. The goal was not to take away green turf. That's a limited quantity in our city. We know neighbors and residents are going to more native landscaping, so there's lots of turf throughout our community. The goal would be to look at past parking lots, roads, city sidewalks, anywhere we have landscaping that's kind of passive areas that's not heavily used for kicking a soccer ball, throwing a frisbee, or running around. That would be areas we could easily transform to native. Also looking at our annual flower beds. We actually started this year doing more annual/native plantings in addition to our annuals. So there's opportunities to do native without, I think, people's concept and in their minds are thinking all our parks will be brown. That is not our goal. We do like the green space. We're thinking that probably 10 to 15% of parks would be looking at transitioning to native areas, and some it may be zero. Emerson Park would be a good example of that. We don't do any native there if we were to move forward, but for landscaping improvements, adding new trees, different types of bushes, beautifying the park in different ways would be the goal. Southwest Greenbelt,
One second,
Go ahead.
Director. Member Russell has a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, my question just was, like on the landscaping, does that mean native grasses or native plants and landscaping or landscape improvements are different? It's trees and...
Yeah, trees, bushes, flowers, flower beds. We could add different things in. We do have a separate line item for native if we choose to move forward. The landscaping improvements at this level would include some native. If we look at the 10 to 15%, we could fund it out of this and cut the line item for native, which was $500,000 for our parks. I will give an example. Bates Logan has some native called out in the pump track areas, the smaller bicycle playgrounds, and that alone is about $100,000. Granted, we have grant funding that we're going after for that. It's not cheap to do native landscaping. We're cognizant of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Director.
Okay, Southwest Greenbelts, this one didn't score high as well. We had a tie for landscaping improvements at the Southwest Greenbelt, so this will be up to you all if you want to move Southwest, Emerson, and part of Rotolo forward. Moving into the Northwest Greenbelt, so the restroom scored high, moving it to the ballot, picnic shelters were high, landscape improvements. There's some challenges with Northwest Greenbelts. We did a recent cleanup, so the water will flow better there, but the turf is overgrown, and kind of cleaning that up. There's opportunities to do some different plantings along the creek there, not just native, but other types of vegetation that would cut down maintenance and mowing. And then pathway improvements too. Centennial Bike Park right now is at a 2.5, but it's a tie vote whether to move that forward or not. So that'll be a decision council will need to decide on if that's something that we'd like to add into our system or not as part of this bond. And then park irrigation, 6 yeses, it scored 4.5. We're pleased with that, obviously, as we have a lot of need. Over the last couple of weeks, we spent just $25,000 in fixing 2 pumps in our system. If you've been by Cushing Park, you see that has browned. That was down for over a week and a half before we could get that back up and running, and Parks is doing their best to get the grass to come back. So it's really important to get the irrigation updated. It's quite expensive too. Councilmember Prang actually sent a few questions in after our Parks and Rec Commission meeting, after a discussion there. And one of the questions was related to irrigation. And like we said, 47 years old is our average system for 10 of these parks here. We have 11 pumps system-wide, so if we spent $25,000 on 2 pumps, can you imagine if the rest went down? And then just as an example, if you have a house and you replace your sprinkler heads, it's not really too costly, but for a park system, for a box of 12 sprinkler heads, it's about $600. And we have hundreds of sprinkler heads in our system, so it gets quite costly. It did rank high on the community survey that we did, was irrigation. We were all shocked by that, but actually pleased as well, knowing sustainability is top of mind for our residents. So we appreciate everybody seeing that irrigation is extremely important. And then native plants. So like I said, we had 2 yeses, 1 no, 3 undecided. It's $500,000 is the estimate for native plantings in our park system. And again, that could fluctuate depending on what the neighbors want to see in their neighborhood park. But ultimately, another question that came through from Councilmember Prang was related to the usable spaces at every site or unusable spaces at every site and how we'd break that down. And like we said, 10 to 15% of every park we've called out would be looked at for native planting of some sorts. We don't want to convert a whole park into native plants. It'd be areas that are very much less used than others, and we don't want to disturb the green grass. We have on here for the permits and project manager, this wasn't part of the survey because we know no matter what moves forward, if it gets a yes vote on the bond, obviously we're going to have to go through permitting and use a project manager to help assist in completing whatever the projects are within the first 3 years. We have to complete 85%. So this breaks down the rankings for all of the projects and the dollar amounts. You can see from 4, 3.5, or 3 or higher. I've added in if there was tie votes, how that works out. If it was a yes move to ballot, you're at 38 million. If it was move to ballot and you added some ties in there, it was 43.9 million total. So the majority of yes votes for the projects came out to $38.3 million, but we'll go through what kind of gets eliminated. So if you were to say move forward with all projects ranked at 3, what doesn't move forward is the surf simulator and the building expansion fund is reduced. Pirates Cove would move forward. Miller Field Splash Pad is cut. Bellevue, all the projects would move forward. As far as the smaller parks, the ones that were eliminated would be Emerson, Southwest Greenbelt, and the bike park. And then you can see kind of the smaller elements in there as well. If you move to the ranks of 3.5, there again, what's eliminated. As you go up and then you get into the 4s, a lot more is actually eliminated from the improvements. So this is a review of the last meeting we were at, but the mill levies and where we stand compared to our neighbors, we are one of the lower ones. And then the dollar breakdown for our residents, depending on what dollar amount moves forward, how much residents will pay annually. Again, we're at 6% today. They anticipate, our bond council anticipates the interest rates will drop and decrease in January. We just don't know what that looks like. So the dollar amount, the worst case would be the 166 if you went for the full 50, but those dollar amounts may change. So again, that's the breakdown of when we need to do everything if we want to put this on the ballot. And tonight we need to know, what do you want to move forward with? And if there's a dollar amount you can agree upon.
All right.
And if you want to move forward at all.
Yeah. Director, thank you so much for this. Thank you very much to council members for filling out the survey as well and providing your input. I know there's not going to be an easy way to do this, but I'd like to start with the basis on what we would be comfortable with. I'd like to start with just where we rank things. If we're comfortable with the 4 or higher, 3.5 or higher, 3 or higher, start there as a basis, and then we can make comments or questions about other items that may be left out or things that may be part of that. But I'd like to start there, look at that number, and then just make any further comments or modifications based off of that. So your light was up on first, Member Noonkemp, so I'll let you kick off.
I have a methodology question before we jump into recommendations.
That's not where I asked to start, but.
Well, my light was
No, go
on
ahead.
before you said that. I have a question around at the end, how you're categorizing projects based on certain dollar amounts. So, and this is interesting because you asked us both to rank and you asked us if you want us to move it to the ballot. So there's kind of like 2 different ways we could have done this. So for example, Mat Racer slide at Pirates Cove, while it ranked to 3 members of council don't want to move it to the ballot, versus Splash Pad ranked to 2.5, but 4 members of council do want to move it to the ballot. So like how are you weighting that? It's confusing to me.
And this is a quick turnaround, so I agree. And this is really in the weeds of how, we could have done it. There's probably 50 different ways we could have asked you these questions. So ultimately, that's why I broke it down into this right here. It was the best way to do it, in my opinion. I'm sure there was another way to do it, but just based off ranking, and then if you wanted to move it forward or not, how that looked. So it gives you all the options from the score of the project to move it to the ballot or not. So it's trying to cover every option possible with the projects we've presented you.
Okay. Because there is a scenario tonight where we could say, let's take out Mat Racer for 2.25 million. add splash pad for only $850 and something else. Like, we can kind of a la carte it still.
You
Is that
can.
correct? Okay. That's all I had.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Like, my question is on the rankings 3.5. Is that just an average of the sixth vote?
Correct.
Okay, so here's the here's the problem with using those at all, in my opinion, is if you have, four people who voted something as a 4 and one person said, I don't want that, and voted as a 1, that thing is under, that particular one is under a 3. And so using that doesn't really capture the will of council in terms of majority. If we said we want to do everything that's 3 or higher, and you end up with one thing that has 4 votes that gave it a 4, which is pretty high, and one person marked it a 1. I personally think a better place to start is to use the simple projects identified to place on the ballot of 38.37, because those are all projects that we know all have 4 people in support of. And if if somebody wants to talk me into something that I voted down, I'm happy to have that conversation. But to start with the list of things we know have support from 4 makes the most sense to me.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So are you stating that you would prefer to start with the number for 38.3 million instead of the 43.9 that has the ties?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Member Wright.
Thank you. A lot of work by this entire group plus some has gone into this, and I appreciate it. I've received a lot of emails, I've received a lot of calls, a lot of passionate people. Don't mess with the parks. So I do have some questions that people have brought up that before I could answer anything, because they're valid questions. One of the first things that has been asked is with the native plants, which you just don't throw some seeds down and they could become out of control. They take a lot of work. One of my first concerns is that the city of Denver currently does not have flower beds this year because of budget issues. And, we've been blessed that we're not facing that. So one of my concerns is that maybe one year that happens and we're not able to have flowers, and native plants are weeds essentially to some, and how much work does it take to manage native plants? We saw pictures at the last council meeting of property that their native plants are out of control. So I guess my first question would be, could that be a concern if we go with native plants?
Well, native plants are new, not new, they've been around a long time, but new to formalized planting areas. And so your concern's valid, and I think a lot of people have that. From a staff perspective, we're working with consultants already with Bates Logan that are well-known around the industry for native plantings, and they're coaching us. The Depot Park is a good example. That was done by volunteers and not our staff. And so our staff weren't really properly trained on true maintenance of the Depot Park. But moving forward with Bates Logan's a great example, that's where our training starts. And we'll be implementing that at Depot Park and any other parks or areas that native plants go in. So it's new concept for management, but standard, operating procedures and best practices will be put into play.
So my question is, do we trial run at Bates Logan and see how it goes for a couple of years before it's implemented other places, and see? Because one of my questions is, God, that didn't sound right after I heard one of my questions. Member Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize, just is just waiting for a point of order to come through there. Is we were talking about grasses, and we need those hardy grasses. There are dogs, there are kids, there are people having picnics on those grasses. And, you know, we have native, you know, the difference between native plants versus hardy, you know, grass. So should we do a beta test at Bates Logan first and see? And if it goes well, then maybe look at native plants elsewhere. And then when I'm looking at the cost difference, it's going to be expensive for us also. And I think it's an added expense that we weren't looking at originally. So it just,
That's a good point, and I do want to mention that, like with the irrigation systems, this is going to happen at Bates Logan. The irrigation is going to be modified to address the native areas. Eventually, hopefully, the goal is those systems will be turned off where the native is, yet the grass will still be watered. And so they somewhat go hand in hand when we're renovating parks. We're updating the landscaping. So the landscaping in the native area will be a little different than updating a new tree that's planted or bushes that may go in. And so that's kind of the challenge right now, is if we wait to see the beta test that we'll be doing, the pilot at Bates Logan, and how that goes, we may be kind of off on the schedule with irrigation replacement and installation and the change of the landscaping overall.
okay. And then someone also, you know, sent an email. How many parks use non-portable water to water the parks? Because people are talking about, well, all the water use and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, if we're using non-portable, I mean, we need to conserve, but it just takes it down a little bit also.
Yeah, so as far as non-potable, I don't know, Adrian, do you want to talk about it? We talked about this a little bit earlier today, related to the parks. Many parks do have non-potable water that waters our systems, whether it be well-based or out of a lake, like Cushing Park's a good example of a lake irrigation system.
So we currently have about 6 to 7 systems that are non-potable water. You know, and non-potable water is great, and it is reduced in cost, but it's not free.
Right.
Most of the time, those systems have pumps, so we have to pay for electricity, we have to pay for repair and maintenance on pumps. So it's kind of give and take on each potable versus non-potable.
Okay, and then I guess, and I'll let someone else ask some questions, but I do want, the big question is when we're looking at the maps, people are concerned that they really want to know how much of their space in the parks will be taken by native plants, or how much of the grass will be taken. And I do too, you know, the different maps we're looking at. I was looking at Rotolo. It looks like it's the playground and native plants, and then that pipe, I believe it is, for, you know, the overflow for the retention pond. So it looked like a big area that could be native plants. And boy, the native plants could seed and end up in the retention pond, and all of a sudden we just got a whole sea of wild plants. So I think if we can help people understand if this is a direction that we go, and the thing is it's gonna end up being where we need an extra or a part-time employee during the summer to keep them under, you know, the plants under control also. So it just, I don't know, my thoughts on all that, but.
Sure. Yeah, and like I mentioned, Rotolo is a really bad example because the conceptual plan shows half that park goes native. And, you know, when we initially did those concepts, we're using what the best practices are in the Front Range with the consultant we have. And like I said, 10 to 15% max will be what native goes into these parks, or potentially none at all, depending on what neighbors want. If we have a large contingency of neighbors that say, we don't want native in our parks, so Rotolo might be a good example of that, we won't convert to native.
Right.
We'll use that in other areas.
And I guess I lied. Has the consultants, have they looked in like, there's a lot of people that walk their dogs and stuff like that. Or I know people are really big into the pollinators, but those walkways, I have been, I've walked down streets where people do have natives with a lot of pollinators. People like me that are deathly allergic to bees and stuff, that's a bad mix. Or their dogs, if they nibble on a pollinator or something like that, or the native plants, where it could be deadly. Have those discussions taken place at all? And I think those discussions need to happen also.
Those have been things we've been thinking about, and that will continue to occur as the conceptual drawings transition to more construction ready that are approved by the neighbors, and they'll come in front of you too to have sign off of what the park will become.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Member Ward.
I think I like Councilmember Anderson's idea of starting with the move to ballot stuff. That seems to be the most well-balanced, and maybe I was trying to have my cake and eat it too in a number of places by saying, I don't really want to fund this, but let's move it to the ballot and ask the voters. So I think that may be the best starting location for us. I do have some initial comments. The first is in regards to my confusion over what actually needs to be done at Pirates Cove. So we've heard some talk about certain failures or problems with structural integrity or pools or pumping systems or what have you at Pirates Cove. What I want to make sure gets done there is not so much make it fancier and newer and more appealing. Make it functional. Make sure that everything we have there is properly operating and working and can be maintained into the future. If we want to look at improvements at the same time, I suppose we can, but I'm not particularly enthusiastic on a number of these. And I agree with the suggestion earlier that I would potentially substitute the mat racer for the splash pad at Miller. Splash pad at Miller has a number of benefits, not the least of which is that it's free for anyone who wants to use it. And Pirates Cove doesn't have that benefit. It's a great amenity, it's low cost, but it's not free. That would be one change that I would propose to the potential rankings here. And I know that I originally ranked the splash pad quite low. If I had the opportunity to do that again, I would probably rank it higher, noting that we do have a splash pad here at City Center, but we also don't know exactly what the future is of City Center, even in the next 5 years. So we don't have a guarantee that that's going to be there. The other comment I had, I put in the free-form comments on the survey, is in regards to the Southwest Greenbelt. I live closest of any of my peers to the Southwest Greenbelt, 1 block away, practically within spitting distance. I walk it frequently, my dog loves it. I love it, it's a great amenity, but I have concerns about the condition of the trails, particularly in the wintertime. Even not just during the wintertime, there's ponding and puddling in certain places on those trails. There's heaving from tree roots. The improvement that is actually needed in the Southwest Greenbelt is improved maintenance of those trails, or even updates or repairs of those trails, and a fairly comprehensive walkthrough inspection to notice the places where we have problems on those trails. Not, concrete picnic pads. And again, this is just one council member's opinion, but I wouldn't do any of the proposed upgrades. I would do the one thing that seems to have gotten left off, which is to ensure that that remains walkable and maintainable into the future. I think that's all I have to add at the moment, noting that we may have some more discussion coming from other council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward. Member Noonenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm ready to weigh in. I also agree with Member Anderson's proposal. I think that's a good place for us to start. I think many of us have talked about wanting to kind of find a happy medium on the amount that we're going for, and kind of, I think, keeping it sub 40 makes sense to me, with just a couple of addendums. So using that, if we move all to the ballot, we actually would have the splash pad already because 4 wanted to move that to the ballot. And we would not have the mat racer because there was a tie, but we also wouldn't have the lounge pool. And I believe if we do the tube slides, we have to also do the lounge pool. And I know that there's a desire for more like open swimmable and kind of like water space in the city. And I think that's a nice balance of saying, how do we have a good pool at Pirates Cove where you can pay to be and also have a water feature that's free for the community who anyone wants to use it. And while I acknowledge that there's a fountain here, at least from the design, the mock-up, the splash pad at Miller Field seems to be much more conducive to like play and a much kind of better space that's not in the middle of a traffic circle for children. And so I would like to see that move forward. And I think if we want to kind of play with the numbers, because the lounge pool is a larger expenditure, I would be comfortable with the pavilion at the rec center and the pavilion at Bellevue coming out to kind of bring us down. So that's kind of where I said I'd like to see if we're going to do the tube slides to figure out a way to make that work at Pirates Cove and then maybe trim a couple other places so we stay in that sub 40 range, which I want to just know is like still an increase for our taxpayers, but I think that Inglewood citizens would feel like they're really getting a bang for their buck if all of these things are possible for us. So that's where I'm sitting right now. On the native plant discussion, I will just say I have native plants in my yard. I find them very easy to maintain and very helpful in my water intake. And I enjoy all the butterflies and all the wonderful things that it brings to my yard. So I would like to see us move forward. And I know that there have been some residents who I think have raised really thoughtful questions and concerns around what's the right place to put them and how do we do this well. And also, I just want to remind everyone, we've also had many, many, many residents also ask us to do this. And so there's a lot of citizen support for this as well. And I think I trust our staff and I trust us, as many, many other cities have done around the country, to find the right way forward to do this. So I would like to see us continue to explore it in a thoughtful way.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Just to clarify, the two pavilions, one was the rec center, what was the second one that you said would be good for?
Bellevue, especially because, and also maybe we take out the farm improvements. I'm unclear on where that goes because now we have this floodplain issue, and so maybe that entire 5 million comes out because that would be in that 38 total number because 5 of us wanted to move it to the ballot. So if we did that, then we would create much more space. I'm not sure if you have a recommendation, staff, on that.
Do we know enough at this point, Director Underhill, about the farm improvements? But go ahead.
We don't. We know something's going to have to change in the nearer future. I don't know if that's 5 years down the road or 10. The barn at the farm is not code compliant. I don't believe there's any fire suppression, and there's other challenges that we're discovering with a 60-year-old building. And so if that's something we want to keep in our system for years to come, that's why we've placed it on here. With the unknowns of what those costs may be and actually moving it, and talking to Director Rochelle, he thought that cost may be double, but there's so many unknowns at this point. Like I said, there may be grant opportunities we could go after, and this $5 million could be a match for those grants. Again, 85% of these projects have to be completed in 3 years. That might be one of those that is tabled until we have the right information, but we have the 5 million waiting as a match or actually to do the improvements if the cost comes in where it needs to.
And just to clarify, I believe you said that we actually aren't allowed to renovate it in its current location. So if we had this 5 million, we couldn't improve this fire suppression or bring the building to code anyway.
It'd be a new building located somewhere else in the park.
So that does make me wonder if we actually can't spend this money for the foreseeable future until we know more. I do wonder, do we handle that in a separate way? That's an outstanding question for me. I'm not clear.
Let's table that for a second because, whether or not we'll be able to use it within the next 3 years, if it passes. Okay. Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd be supportive of the modifications in terms of removing those pavilions that Member Noonan-Camp suggested. I have one other idea to throw in the mix, and we'll see how this plays, but I'll just give you my opinion on splash pads. And having kids, of all ages right now, I understand that there is a certain band of child that really enjoys a splash pad, but they don't want to do it every day. And now somebody's going to come along and say, my kids love it every single day, So, but in my experience, splash pads have a with my kids at least, are entertaining for a very short period of time. It's not something they want to do all the time. And the one thing I really see lacking in this plan is an outdoor swimming pool in Inglewood. And we just, and even having, having one at Pirates Cove was at least something that we could offer to our community to go. My kids loved going, when we go to Pirates Cove a couple times a year, they'd spend, good portion of the time going off the diving board and going down the slide and swimming just in the pool there. And we won't have any outdoor pool in Inglewood at all. And there are many, many cities. I looked at all the little towns around where I grew up in rural Kansas, 10,000, 12,000, 15,000. They all have a municipal pool where people go. And that's what I did when I was a kid. 3 days a week, we were, paid the however much it was to pay the daily fee, or we got the summer pass or whatever, and we were there all the time. A swimming pool is something all ages of kids enjoy doing all the way through, their teenage years, some of them. And I have found Inglewood to be a very difficult place to teach my kids how to swim, because there's no play. The best way for kids to learn how to swim is to have an outdoor swimming pool where they can just play in, and you can go there for 6 hours and you can just have fun all day long. And I think outdoor is really key, because that's when they learn. Something we've been doing every summer is going back to my hometown, because the complex my parents live in has a pool there, and we spend a week there just so my kids can swim every single day. And we don't have that in Inglewood, and I've heard a lot of people in Inglewood who want a pool. So my suggestion would be to, instead of doing the splash pad at Millerfield, do a swimming pool at Millerfield. And if the numbers I got from city manager are accurate, that would be 1.5 million instead of 600 or 850,000. Be happy to spend that and charge it a fair admission fee for it. People, I think, will go to a pool. That increases the total cost by 650,000. Maybe I'm shot down on this, but I think it's really important for a community to have an outdoor pool. And I would much rather have that at Millerfield with the kids that I have than a splash pad personally, even though there's nothing wrong with the splash pad and they are enjoyable for certain age kids.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Prang.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to start with the move to ballot request amount as well. I'm not sure on Member Noonenkamp's suggestion of the removal of the pavilions. I think especially the Bellevue Park one, I do like the idea of having features that create additional revenue for us. And I think that a lot of thought went into including that into some of the improvements. I'm not necessarily in favor of shifting gears to create another pool situation within the city. I do think having a variety of water options, both free and pay, is a good idea. And adding another pool into the mix, for me, long-term, equates to really high maintenance and, ongoing expense. Pools, once they start leaking and breaking down, are really, really costly. So I'd caution us around that. And then to come back to the native plants piece, I like the idea of it. I do think that we need to be careful, Member Wright, to some of your comments about could we test drive it somewhere and then determine if we want to add it later. I think we need to be careful about making promises to our citizens within the bond saying that we're going to do native plants and then pulling back on that. I do think that clarity around the percentage of space is really needed, and clarity around the intent to have those neighborhood conversations. So if one neighborhood in a particular park wants more native plants, maybe we could do a larger section in that particular area and then smaller, or shrink that for other areas where the neighborhood's just not supportive of it. And then we're getting at, kind of both mindsets that are, to me, seeming pretty equal within the city. We've got a large amount of people that are supporters of the idea, and we've got, people that have a lot of reservations. So it gets us to that common goal. But I do think moving to the ballot request amount is a good place to start. I would like to see us include as much as we can from the original ask that came to us. I do think that as we're wading through this conversation, it's very apparent that we all have personal preferences of what we like and what we don't like, or what our families use or don't use. And we have the experts right here who put this package together for us. So I want to give them as much support as we can around that dollar amount. I don't think that will likely land at the full 50, but as close to that as we can get. I also keep in mind the long list of improvements that are needed that are not included in this bond. So this is our shot to go for it. That being said, I do have a little, some thoughts about our voter demographics and who actually shows up to vote and whether they'd be supportive of it or not. But those are my thoughts for now.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. We'll go to Member Wright and then Member Russell.
Thank you. I don't know, it was a month or so ago that I mentioned a community pool. A wise man recently told me that less and less kids are learning how to swim because of splash pads. They're not getting in pools and they're not learning the mechanics of how to swim. I agree with that. Kids learn how to swim because they're going to pools and they're learning how to swim. I don't disagree with the community pool. And if it's not a whole lot more, I think scrapping a bike park to put in a community pool, I think the community would get a whole lot more use out of it than a bike park personally, than a whole bunch of teenagers skateboarding and BMXing at Centennial Park personally. Those are my thoughts. I support that 100%. I had one more. I think I know the answer to my question, but I just need to clarify for myself because, those intrusive thoughts, sometimes you just never know. When I'm looking at this, it says permits and project manager, it goes from $1 million to 1.4 to 1.5. The difference I'm thinking is the more money approved, the more permits you're pulling, the more it's going to cost for those permits, I'm assuming.
You're correct. It's based off the project. So the building, the facility projects, so Pirates Cove, Englewood Rec Center, those will be a little higher permits because they're facilities and there's inspections and other things that go into that. With the parks, it'd be a little bit less.
And because we're government entities, we don't get waivers for that?
We do not. You could.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay, thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. And I thank you for the presentation and all the work on this. I think there have been some really important things shared. I do agree with Councilmember Ward. I think that functional in all of the parks is paramount for everything. We already know that all of the irrigation systems have to be replaced. And I actually am concerned about a couple of things. We see the fees are going up for water and sewer and wastewater. The fees are going up everywhere. We are in a high inflationary period. The people, we're already starting to struggle right now. And when people start losing their jobs, there's going to be much more struggling going on. I really think that, I do think the pool is a great idea. However, what's going on now, look at all of the lifeguards we have to have for Pirates Cove alone, and it's problematic to get enough hired to cover Pirates Cove, which we would have to add to that if we had a swimming pool. I'm not saying it's not a great idea, but I would like to suggest that we cut it down more. Then I have another question. I've seen in the paperwork here too, I've heard it too, we can only have one bond issue if the citizen ballot initiatives move forward, does that mean that we can't move forward with this? Victoria, do you have the answer to that?
So thank you for that question. That's been referred to outside counsel, and we are waiting on their analysis. Once we have that, we'll be able to provide more guidance to council on that issue.
Okay. I'm okay with that, but, you know, we may be spending a lot of time and it may not end up on the ballot. But anyway, functional is very important, and we need to make sure they're safe. We need to make sure they're places to play. I really, can you tell me, and I hate to put staff on the spot, because I've heard this, that staff really wasn't even considering native plantings until a few people came to council and talked about it, and then 4 council members wanted to move forward with it. Why were you not considering native plants before? And I just want the truth. That's all I want to know.
Well, time-wise, we did the update to the master plan in late 22, moving into 23, and that's when we implemented native into those conceptual drawings. So I'm not sure when the conversation started with native. We've been talking native since I started here in 2020 with the Depot Park, and so it's been on the table. I don't think we were as vocal in the beginning because native is a little foreign to some of us. And we're learning more every day about it, which makes it more appealing to move forward with it, having confidence in what native can do overall. So timing-wise, I'm not sure when some of the conversations happened, but I would say late 22, early 23 is when native was added into the conceptual plans.
Okay, well, the one problem that I have, which is huge, the night, I think it probably was the night that Scott Gilbert came forward and talked about the noxious weeds.
Jake Gilbert.
Oh, Jake, I'm sorry. It's late. So my husband and I drive by that on the way to the council meetings. And I said to my husband, look at all those weeds. They are out of control. And there was a council request on that. They're still out of control over there. And I don't want to see that happening, and we have to hire a lot of help. Right now, we're hiring volunteers to plant flowers in our parks. And once we get those native plantings, you're not going to get volunteers to do all of that. I think that right now, I'd rather see functional and keep it all simple and make sure that we can afford it and it won't put a burden on the backs of the citizens to pay for this. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. I'll weigh in. I haven't chimed in here, so I'll keep it short, but I'm in favor of the municipal pool as well. And if we were to do that, then I would obviously downgrade the splash pad since we could have one or the other there. For a lot of the same reasons that Member Anderson stated, but also it's not just for children and teenagers, adults also take advantage of the pool. So I see a lot of benefits in that, so I would be in favor of that. You know, if we had more time, I would talk about the need to, I'm a big proponent of the surf simulator. I'm not sure if people ever go to River Run right off the Platte, but we have 2 surf simulators there that are used by, you know, teenagers and young adults. It is always packed. If you go there after 4 o'clock or on weekends, there is a big need there. I never see kids in there, and the reason why is because it's a little bit more advanced than what they would need or what they're able to do at this point. So to me, it makes sense to having that in the rec center. I'm also a big fan of Centennial Pike Bike Park, but I don't think I have the votes there. Anytime it gets used by anybody, I'm pretty happy with it. So regardless of age, I guess just for clarification, Member Nunekamp, so you were in favor of the lounge pool, but that would mean removing the pavilions at the rec center and pavilion, correct or no?
Well, I think maybe I did some premature math, so maybe it wouldn't. I think we could add the lounge pool and still stay sub 40 without removing the pavilion. So apologies, I thought I was needing to make cuts, but maybe I don't. But I do have a question about the pools before.
Yeah, go ahead. That was my point. Go ahead.
a couple things. So first of all, teaching kids how to swim is in our strategic plan. It's something that we have already said is important to us. If we change the lap pool at Pirates Cove to the lounge pool, where would those swim lessons happen? Would those happen at the rec center or would they happen in the lounge pool?
They could happen at both places. We would have the younger group of kids could do both the leisure pool and also the lounge pool at Pirates Cove. We've also got a space up on the lazy river where we have the splashdown pool for the slides. That's an area that we've utilized before for lessons. The only part that wouldn't be used would be the upper lessons that really aren't programmed very much. The attendance is low on those, but we would offer those classes at the recreation center.
Okay. And is it confirmed if we, approve the lounge pool and the voters approve the lounge pool, that it would for sure only be 3 feet, or could it be 5 to 3, or could it have a slope, or is it only possible for it to be one thing?
There's different possibilities that we could do. We could do a 5, we're kind of at the mercy of the size and the depth when you start getting into it, because you do want to get into, it's easier to have a sloped entry, a zero depth entry pool to get to 3.5. Once you start getting into 5 feet of water, then you have to have more of a swimming skill to utilize those pools too. The rec center is a 5, foot pool, but that's something we could look at too. I mean, there's different configurations we can look at.
That's super helpful. I think, sure, let's put pools everywhere. Part of me's let's go for it. And while I think it's an interesting idea, I don't think there's been the level of diligence that I would need to approve it. I think the maintenance question is a great one. I think the lifeguard question is a great one. So I don't feel like we are at a place where we have really planned for this enough for me to feel comfortable approving it. And I feel like with the swim opportunities that we have at Pirates Cove and that we have at the rec center, that is sufficient. And I really would like us to see, I'd like to see in the city a more kid-focused, engaging, free water feature. I think that that's still something that would be a nice complement to the other 2 swimming opportunities that we have in the city. So that's still where I'm at. And I think, Mayor, when we come to things like the bike track or to the surf simulator, it's just very expensive and I'm unsure on the payoff. And so when I think about the things that how we're cutting and how we're moving around, I think that's where some of my stuff nets out. And I think it's great that we have the surf simulator at River Run. And I think I don't know if we need 2 surf simulators in Inglewood at this point for a community our size. And then the last thing I'll just say is, I think Member Russell brings up really important points about, do the citizens feel like they can support this? This would be a significant increase to what they have paid in the past, even if we keep it at the 40 million level instead of going all the way up to the 50. But the beauty of Tabor is they get to decide. And so really this is us listening to all of their inputs, putting forward what we think has the best chance of passing based on what we think that they're interested in, and letting them decide if they want to do it or not. And if they don't, then that's completely up to them. And I think that this package would represent a nice mix of both pragmatic, practical, important updates, as well as things that make Inglewood a great place to live. So I would like to see the lounge pool added and stay in the sub 50, but I can't get there on community pool tonight.
All right, thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. At this point, we only have 3 people that are in favor of the municipal pool. So unless I hear otherwise, I have Member Anderson, myself, and Member Wright for the municipal pool. So unless there's a 4th, that conversation won't land. So
I'm close.
do we need Mayor Pro Tem to speak again, or yeah?
The issue I'm having is I don't know that our community has the appetite for that, and I'm not sure that it doesn't replace something that already exists at Pirates Cove. Can you elaborate on how this would be different than what we already have at Pirates Cove?
Yes, that pool is going away. And the lounge pool is not a big enough pool to really freely swim, not a deep pool to freely swim in. Here's the thing with kids our kids have all taken lessons at the rec center. I'm not trashing on but kids don't really learn to swim from, 6 weeks of half-hour lessons or anything like that. They learn to swim when they spend hours and hours in a swimming pool. And most people, I think most kids in Inglewood can't afford to go to Pirates Cove and pay the entrance fee to be able to have that freedom to, even if the pool there remained the same, it's just not an option that's on the table for most people. Municipal pool would be a much lower price point for an entry fee, and then you have the freedom of swimming all afternoon. And that's what I think is missing in Inglewood, is a place where it's affordable to freely swim outdoor for hours on end in the summer. That's where my kids that's how they've learned to swim. That's how they've really learned to swim. It's not lessons, it's that freedom in the pool time.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Boy, I'm making this decision in like 15 minutes tonight, but I could go for it. I don't want to be the guy that kills it, and I think it might be a worthwhile amenity. I'd be interested in having a discussion on what we're substituting.
Well,
Did I miss that?
Yeah, so right now, well, there could be one or the other in terms of a splash pad or a pool at Miller Field. So the estimates I had was it 1.5 to 2 million for the swimming pool? I guess I should be looking in the Parks and Rec direction.
We'd estimate closer to 2 million.
Yeah, I thought that's what I got.
Closer to 2 million. If you put a 6-lane, 25-meter pool the same size as what's at Pirates Cove right now, that lap pool, that's going to be about $1.5 million. I would also highly suggest that we put a top pool in there, which is 2 foot of water, so that before kids are ready to learn to swim, they have somewhere to splash around too. And that's about another 300,000. So we're looking right out $2 million.
Is that similar to what they're doing at Harvard Gulch right now? That's kind of like the same setup, right?
A lot of pools do that. They used to do that in the older days when they built pool, just a flat pool. So they'd always have a top pool there too.
Yeah.
That also helps out when you have a fecal accident.
So that's closer to 2 million. The substitute would be splash pad of 850. So
I could go for that.
okay. Member Noonan Camp.
I'd like to hear from staff. Do you think we could staff another pool? What would the maintenance look like? How would we think about this? And what diligence would we have to do to get this to a place that we would feel really confident that we could facilitate it if the voters approved it?
Great questions. As far as staffing it, all of you know that there is a issue across the nation as far as lifeguard shortages. I think there's more opportunities right now for kids to work than what there used to be. The good thing, if there's a pro about a flat pool, a smaller pool, you don't have to have the number of lifeguards like you do at Pirates Cove. For fully staffed, we're talking 125 lifeguards, and that's basically just because of the size of the facility. When you get into a regular pool that you'd put in a park, like what we're just kind of talking about right now, you could staff that pool in the top pool probably with 6 lifeguards up when it was really busy. So then you'd have to have another, 3 or 4. So you're talking a dozen lifeguards would have to be there. You'd also want to have someone at the bathhouse to collect admissions in that area also. So those positions aren't as hard to fill as what lifeguards do, but I'm not going to sit here and say we couldn't staff it, because we could staff it. It'd be tough, and having 3 other pools and stuff, there's going to be more lifeguards and stuff, but we can pull from other areas too.
Thank you. Anyone, Member Wright, go ahead.
I think you answered my question, I believe. You could pull from the others and just kind of rotate around if they're driving age. Just get the bus out and drive them in.
Okay, yeah. We do that right now with Pirates Cove. There is a handful of lifeguards from the rec center that work year round, that they go ahead and they come to Pirates Cove and they work during the summertime, then they go back to Pirates Cove. We did the very first year of operation of Pirates Cove. We changed staff. We mixed them between the rec center and Pirates Cove, and it was a total disaster. So we would probably just make sure that we always had a set of staff that would be assigned to the new pool, set of staff at Pirates Cove, set of at the rec center. But then we could also move people from the rec center to both of Pirates Cove and to the new pool also. So we could, logistically, we could do it.
And is it 15 the age to lifeguard?
Yes, you can become a lifeguard at 15 years old.
And like if we had a concession stand or something like this, it's 15 to work the register in 16 to work the hot food type of thing,
It's 15 to run a cash register. You can do that one when you get into the concession stand. A little bit different with child labor laws. Child labor laws state that at 15 you cannot run cooking equipment. Now, cooking equipment doesn't mean a microwave. They can do a microwave, they can do a soda machine, but if you have a pizza conveyor oven like we have at Pirates Cove cooking pizzas, they can't operate that one. They cannot have knives and those types of things. So you're more limited on the concession stuff at 15 than you would be once you're 16.
Well, with all these new kids that'll be able to swim, maybe you have more lifeguards coming up, so.
All right, just to see where we're at. Okay, so if we move everything to the ballot, if all those items are there, plus the municipal pool, we're just under 40 million based on my math, or right around that. Now there's the other open questions, are just the lounge pool that came up, and also just the pavilions, whether or not to remove those at this point. But that's kind of where we sit right now. Member Brand, go ahead. And you can feel free to just ask other questions as well. But
Yeah, I'm coming back to the community pool idea. So the approximate $2 million, would that include all additional features needed to secure that pool, to keep the pool and our residents safe? Like, would we be needing to shift dollars within the Miller Field improvements to accommodate all of that? And then what would your thoughts be? I'm not totally against the idea. I do think it's late in the process to be throwing this into the mix and a challenge, but that's what we're all here for. But I do wonder about potentially, creating a situation where we've got kind of this low cost, I'm assuming it's not gonna be free, but a low cost option of a pool in Miller Field, and then we're pulling families that would otherwise be going to Pirates Cove and thus shrinking the revenues that we're creating at that site. So you've kind of got this competing thing going on in the city. So I just want us to be mindful of that factor as well.
Brad, is there anything you want to add there?
As far as the $2 million, that should get us both of the pools, the regular 25-meter pool, a tot pool also would be a bathhouse. It wouldn't be a big bathhouse, but it would have to have showers because you have to have the showers. Then also incorporated in that one could be a small concession stand. It'd probably be, if anyone's around that remembers Sinclair Pool, the bathhouse would be something along that size. Then also that price would also include the pump room for both pools.
Yeah.
I do want to add, we'd need to work with the consultant to get true cost on this. Is there estimated cost based off of current conditions? Typically with amenity like a community pool, you would do a feasibility study to see what the impact would be on Pirates Cove, the rec center, the true maintenance cost over time, what you would charge. Is this something that, obviously it'll be a subsidy that the city's going to have to provide. Sinclair, I believe, was losing $25,000 annually before it closed. And so, if it's something you all want to move forward with, we'll start working on that piece of it to get the true numbers. But, with the 38 or just under 40, there are some potential budget numbers we could change around to fit it all in.
Yeah.
It's a large sum of money. We can do a lot with this. And I'm with Councilmember Russell as far as function and ensuring everything works. And that's the first thought. When a community pool came up, we thought about, well, Pirates Cove needs a few $1 million worth of improvements that are underground, you can't see, in order to bring that up to a lower maintenance cost. That competition pool is annually being fixed, and it's leaking water every single year until we drain it. And so those are just considerations that we've had, and why the community pool hasn't necessarily risen to the top of our minds staff-wise, because we have other amenities we need to maintain.
Thank you, Director. I'm actually of the mindset that they're not competing entities in terms of the Pirates Cove and a swimming pool. Yeah, they're both water, but one is to swim and the other one is to go down the slides and stuff like that. That's the way that I consider it, but that's just my, again, just personal opinion and more anecdotal. But Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. And just to add to Member Prang, isn't the majority of the people that go to Pirates Cove not from Inglewood?
There's a high number that attend Pirates Cove that are non-residents, correct?
Okay, and that's, I think that's part of what you were asking. I think most people that attend are from outside, like daycares and stuff like that, aren't a high number of,
We're probably looking close to 80% of the people are non-residents
Okay.
that utilize Parkscope.
all right, perfect, thank you.
Member Nunekamp?
I'm just looking at the timeline. If we decide to move this forward, which I think there's a majority to, if the first reading's on the 22nd of July, we're off for the next 2 weeks. If we have a week when we get back, I think we've got a week in between the 15th, to look at maybe a little bit more diligence from staff on this before we decide to bring it forward on the 22nd. I don't even know, like, do we know that we can put a pool in Miller Field? And is that even the right place to put it? Like, there's just so many, like, feels like very, shooting from the hip, which is not a way I like to make a $2 million investment. And so I would just want to have, like, give staff a couple weeks to say, like, is this the right place? Can we do it? What are the other costs? If the current competition pool we have is leaking every year and is a huge nightmare, do we want to sign up for that again? Like, there's just some real things that I want us to figure out, especially when we already have capital assets we're serving. We're adding a new capital asset that will require a ton of maintenance over the next 20 years, and I want to be a little bit more thoughtful before we make that decision, acknowledging that I'm in the minority here. And also I want to acknowledge, like, this has not been part of any of our constituent outreach. It was not in the poll, was not in any of the surveys. And so it feels a little late to spring it on the citizens, like, but they might be really happy. So I would want to see that. I would also want to better understand, I'm not familiar with the Sinclair pool, but what are the lessons we can learn from that, as well as a Harvard Gulch pool or some of the other kind of suburban standalone pools, maybe the Denver Parks and Rec District. I'd love to know what's their usage, what's the demand, what are they charging, to help us inform this conversation when we come back on the 15th, to ensure that we are making the right decision, not just like instinctually, like a pool's a great idea, but like all of the details that we would have to figure out.
Thank you,
So that's
Member
my
Nunes.
strong recommendation.
Yeah, thank you for that, Member Nunekamp. It would be good, since we're going to be looking at it on the 22nd, probably makes sense to have all that information as part of the packet on the 22nd, and then at that point, we can make motions to amend or whatever we need to in order to, well, the reason why I'm saying that is I won't be here on the 15th, neither is Mayor Pro Tem, so we could have the information, but I don't think we currently have it on the slate for a study session on that day, so.
Yeah, we can work
That's the
with-
reason for it,
We can
so.
work with consultants to try to get as much information as we
Yeah.
can by the 15th to consider the holiday, and people take a lot of time off during this time. So we'll do our best to get as much information for this. Typically, like a feasibility study would cover all of that, and those will take months to do, which we don't have that right now. So we'll
exactly.
get as much info as we can
Okay.
and bring it to you. We'll look at the 15th.
All right, so as of right now, so I have the move to ballot items, which is 38.37, plus the municipal pool, which is 2 million, removing the splash pad, minus 850. The open items are just the lounge pool as at the Pirates Cove, and then the other suggestion was to remove the rec center and the Bellevue pavilions. Those items I have not gotten clarity on, the last three. Do we want to add a lounge pool because it's currently not part of the move to ballot items? Go ahead, Member Nunekamp.
I think we have to if we add the tube
Right.
slides, is my understanding. If we keep the pavilions and add the lounge pool, we're at just under 41 based on my math. So if we want to get it down, we can cut a few more things. But I think the tube slides and the lounge pool go together. So I recommend that we do both.
So you're saying yes, add the lounge pool and keep the pavilions, or?
If we would like to get it to 40, which I think could be a nice round number, we could trim a few things. If we're not as concerned and we're okay with 41, then we leave it. My math says that with the pavilions, we're at 40,970,000
Okay, and does that include,
for a $2 million pool price.
because it's got the lounge pool at 950, so I'm going to trust your math. It's right around 41 or just under 42 is the way that I'm coming to it, but I am fine with that number, but.
I'm fine with that number as well.
Okay, Member Prank, do you want to weigh in as well?
I'm fine with that number.
Okay. Anyone, so that's for the 42 million, but the 41, 42, we'll get the numbers correct, but I think at this point, I think we have majority in agreement with what this may look like. There's additional information coming to us on the 22nd. Is there any other comments from members of council or anything from staff in terms of clarity, what we discussed? All right, I think that does it. So thank you very much to staff for the discussion, all the work that came into this. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for council for the thoughtful discussions and the members of the public for weighing in as well. So, and with that, we're moving on to the 5th agenda item, which I am going to ask that we table Ball's rules of order just because we knew we were going to start running late. So do I need to make a motion in order, do we need, or since it's a study session, can we just go ahead and just say, well,
We can, yes, since it's a study session,
so we're good with just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
the 2023 version of Bob's rules would address this more specifically, so
Yeah.
it's a very timely question. But yeah, since it's a study session, we
Can I make a friendly amendment to just table? No, I'm just kidding.
but yeah, we can table it to, if you, another.
We'll find a time, yeah, sometime in July.
you
Okay,
guys-
so we'll go ahead and table that item until a later time. Moving on to agenda item 6, any reports from boards or commissions? All right, nothing, council members' choice. Go ahead, Member Ward.
So I have a duty to report to council my experience at CML based on the fact that travel was paid for that event. I'm wondering if council might prefer if I defer to a night when it's not as late.
That works. I'm
Okay.
fine with that. We'll talk to you on the 15th. So just real quick, I'm going to be doing the Bittner Run this coming Saturday, so I'll be doing the 10K. If any citizens would like to support our police department and the memory of Jeremy Bittner, I would like to see you there. I believe the race starts at, is it 9 a.m., 10 a.m.? I'll be ready to run whichever time it is. I just lost the time, so I think it's 9 a.m. But this Saturday at Centennial Park, at Cornerstone, yeah, it's at Cornerstone Park. We start at Cornerstone, sorry. So that'll be this Saturday, early in the morning. Another update, we're going to be off until the 15th. I'm actually going to be out on the 15th. Mayor Pro Tem is also out, so there's only going to be 5 of you in attendance that evening. But we are going to be taking a little bit of a break for the public.
Mayor? That
sorry.
does bring up a question as to who would preside in that meeting.
That's a good question because I asked that earlier. Deputy City Attorney.
Yes, I can address that. So under council policies, the city clerk would call the meeting to order, and then council members would vote on who would be essentially the chairperson or the acting chairperson for that meeting.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Anything else from members of council? City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, we do have a time-sensitive item. We've got some information in your packet about our annual community survey, and Deputy City Manager Dodd will be walking you through the questions we want to ask.
Yes, thank you, and I do apologize because I know it's late, but unfortunately, just given with the recess and the fact that we need to be able to get these to the company that does the survey, we unfortunately need to check in tonight. So I wrote a memo in your packet. I won't go through it in great detail. It summarizes the survey and the process. Effectively, we're allowed to have what they consider to be half a page of custom questions. That usually works out to be about 5 questions. The rest of the questions are from a battery that Polco, the vendor that we use, creates. 2 years ago, so we do this every 2 years, you had 5 custom questions. I included them in your packet in the memo. 2 years before, in 2020, there were 4 custom questions. They were effectively the same, more or less. The only addition was last time you did ask one about resident opinions on off-leash dog parks. The other questions that have been asked in the past relate to the commitment of Englewood to create a community welcoming for residents of all backgrounds, whether law enforcement treats all residents fairly, and then opinions on homelessness and opinions on development, specifically different types of housing. So the question tonight is really if do you want to keep these 5? Do you want to take any of them away? Do you want to add any new ones? So really just wanted to see what you would like to do.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm generally in favor of keeping them the same so we see the progress over time. So I think all these 5 are still relevant.
Member Noonkemp.
I generally agree with Mayor Pro Tem that longitudinal data is incredibly helpful. That being said, one of the challenges that I think we experienced in our council retreat earlier this year is that we're using their standard questions to tell us if we're succeeding on our strategic plan, but they're not always like tailored as close to the plan as we actually would like. So I do think there's an argument for a couple of them, especially around like off-leash dog parks, to maybe think of something that's more specific to how we measure our strategic plan, because I do think that there are a few gaps there. Unfortunately, I did not come with a suggestion of what that question would be. So if staff had a suggestion, I think that would be just useful to, how do we know if we're succeeding? We actually could ask about what our plan is, because the other ones feel a little bit dated to me. But if the majority want to keep the consistency, I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Prang.
My gosh, tonight. I think the content areas are still relevant to current conversation and public comment that we're hearing, or just outreach from citizens. So I'm in support of keeping them.
Yeah. Member Wright?
Thank you. I am in support of keeping these the same. Like to see, where we're at. Hopefully there's improvement everywhere. So I'm in favor of all 5 of them remaining the same place.
Yeah, and I'm with Member Noonan-Camp. If I had like modifications to make, I did not come prepared for that. So, but no, I think that's the direction. That you have at least 5 of us now that are in agreement with keeping the numbers as, or the wording the same. So there you go. Anything else, Deputy City Manager?
That's it, thanks.
What about you, City Manager?
That's all for our report.
All right, everyone. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. We'll see you all in July. Have a great 4th.